last week. This is part of the Trump administration's effort to reduce the federal government workforce. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said in an interview last week that his department, which oversees the IRS, would limit changes until after the tax season ends in April. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is expecting Mitch McConnell to side with Republicans on upcoming votes. Brian Shook reports.
McConnell previously voted against 3 of President Trump's cabinet nominees, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The former Senate Republican leader spoke out on Trump's plans for steep tariffs on trade partners. McConnell wrote in a recent op-ed for the Courier-Journal that Trump's tariffs leave lingering concerns for American industry and workers. Thune says McConnell will remain influential in the state GOP conference.
At least 1 in 5 American women over the age of 50 have osteoporosis, but many don't know it. Jim Forbes has the latest.
Updated guidelines from the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force recommend women 65 and older should have a bone density scan to screen for the bone disease. Osteoporosis is often described as a silent disease because there are few, if any, symptoms until someone fractures a bone, usually in the hip, wrist, or spine.
President Trump is looking to end COVID-19 vaccine mandates in schools. The president signed an executive order Friday that will bar schools that still have mandates from receiving federal funds. The president has promised to withhold funding from schools that had vaccine or mask mandates during his campaign. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
Call 800-989-1647. 800-989-1647. That's 800-989-1647.
Feeling the aches and pains of everyday life slowing you down? Introducing Blue Emu, America's #1 emu oil formula for pain relief. In a recent clinical trial, 91% of users saw improvement after using Blue Emu. Whether you're working hard, playing harder, or just staying active, Blue Emu penetrates deep to relieve joint and muscle pain fast. And best of all, you won't stink. Join the 91% who felt the difference. Find Blue Emu at your local retailer or online. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
The U.S. Army is banning transgender people from enlisting. The military branch announced the decision over social media on Friday. Not only will transgender people be barred from enlisting, but the Army will also stop providing gender-affirming care for service members. This comes after President Trump signed an executive order directing the Pentagon to write new policies for transgender service members within 30 days. Americans' credit card debt has reached a record high of $1.21 trillion. Mark Mayfield fills us in.
That's according to a report released by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York on Thursday. The increase is part of a broader rise in household debt, which now totals over $18 trillion from credit cards, mortgages, auto loans, and student loans. In the last quarter of 2024, overall debt grew by $93 billion, with about half of that increase attributed to new credit card debt.
A guitarist for the Eagles is recuperating after suffering a medical emergency on stage. Don Felder was performing the Eagles' hit Tequila Sunrise on the Rock Legends cruise Friday when he suddenly stopped playing his guitar. Felder's team posted an update to his social media pages saying he was dehydrated but is now feeling better. The cruise is still on its way to the Bahamas, and Felder is rescheduling his performances.
Join your friends, you wiggles.
A sequel to the classic film The Goonies is in the works almost 40 years after the original hit theaters. Steven Spielberg will produce, and Chris Columbus, who wrote the first film, will executive produce. The NBA's best players are in San Francisco today for the All-Star Weekend. This evening will feature the Skills Challenge, three-point contest, and slam dunk contest. Rob Artier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Boyle County Schools has named their new finance director. Dustin Stevenson was named the new Boyle County finance director. Stevenson comes to Boyle County from Raceland Worthington Independent Schools, where he served as the chief financial officer at Raceland for the last 9 years. While there, he helped work on House Bill 563, which helped give parents rights to choose public school districts, as well as oversee a school district at Raceland that's upgraded every school facility on campus. Kentucky State Police is teaming up with the state police agencies from 5 other states for a weekend traffic blitz this weekend. They'll work to reduce speeding, promote seatbelt usage, and remove impaired drivers from the roadways. Last year, the joint effort hosted 6 enforcement details that led to more than 8,200 seatbelt crimes, nearly 1,900 distracted driving violations, nearly 1,000 drug arrests, 740 speeding tickets, and more than 1,100 move-over violations. I'm Joe Mathis.
The NASCAR Cup Series.
The Great American Race is underway. Logano and Michael McDowell on the front row.
Heads to Daytona International Speedway.
There they go, the big one in 3. Look at basically the entire pack is collected.
Where one of the sport's greatest traditions continues.
Racing down the short straightaway in the Daytona 500. Blocking on and they're crashing.
It's the Daytona 500.
Coverage starts this Sunday afternoon at 12:30 on WHIR 103.9 FM.
At Stuart Powell Ford Mazda, we are proud to be your hometown dealer for many reasons. Selection, service, convenient location, and our people. Your friends, family, and neighbors. Since 1949 at Stuart Powell, we make it easy. Stuart Powell Ford Mazda. Visit us on the bypass in Danville or online at stuartpowell.com.
Tired of the typical dental dread? Step into Dr. Jennifer Nichols' office on North College Street, where every smile starts with comfort and care. Our friendly atmosphere and professional staff ensure you feel at ease from the moment you walk in. Experience a blend of gentleness and expertise that promises the best dental care for your family. Ready to transform your dental experience? Call us for an appointment at 734-5111. With Dr. Nichols, see just how different a dental visit can be.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, my plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
It's 7:08.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. I'm Jason Wilder. Thanks for joining me this morning. Let's see what our weather's got in store for us. Oh, rain, rain, and more rain. There is a flood watch out today to let you know that you need to be careful when you're out driving. A road could be flooded, and if it is, don't know how deep that is. Or just go some other time. Today will be periods of rain with a high of 51. Your chance of rain is 100%. Up to 2 inches of rain expected, possibly more. Tonight, thunderstorms this evening, then cloudy with rain likely overnight with a low of 39. Chance of rain 100%. Another up to 2 inches of rain expected overnight. Tomorrow, Sunday, rain and snow in the morning, then remaining overcast in the afternoon. Morning high of 46, with temperatures falling to near freezing as the day goes on. Chance of rain 90%. A little snow mixed in there. Not really calling for any accumulation, but you might want to watch out for a little ice. Sunday night, cloudy with a low around 20. So, yeah, could be some ice from all the rain, so be careful about that. Monday, mostly cloudy with a high of 30. Tuesday, cloudy with a high of 29. Wednesday, 60% chance of snow showers with a high of 23 and a low of 10. Ugh. Thursday, mostly cloudy with a high of 19 with a low of 5 degrees. Friday, partly cloudy with a high of 28. Here we thought we was getting some good warm temperatures, and it drops back down on us. Then the following week is back up in the 50s. So that's Kentucky weather for you. What do you expect? We are currently at 40 degrees here at the station this morning. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. We got a little music coming your way. We'll have the Sports Saturday report for you at 1:15. So be sure you stick with us right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster.
Thanks for listening to The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now FM 99.5.
The day I came to Hollywood, I got off the bus, just me and my guitar. My hair was all jacked up for Jesus. It got real quiet when I walked in that bar. Some big old guy just walked on by with a devil tattoo and an earring in his nose. Well, I tried to introduce myself, but no one took the time to say hello. So I pulled out my guitar and I launched into a Dolly Parton song. And before I knew it, coats of many colors began to sing along. And it wasn't one of them line crying chicken line, somebody done somebody wrong songs. It was an absolutely finger-licking, grits and chicken country music love song. Now I realize this city life must have taken a toll on all them lonesome souls. And I couldn't help but wonder what would make a guy wanna wear women's clothes. When finally a real man sat next to me and ordered a tequila. Well, he turned and smiled and shook my hand and said, "Hi there, my name is Sheila." He said, "I heard you from across the room. Is that what they call a mountain music song?" He said, "I must admit I laughed at first, then I found myself singing along." And it wasn't one of them line crying chicken line, somebody done somebody wrong songs. It was an absolutely finger-licking, grits and chicken country music love song. Well, I had a ball, I liked them all, but I could never call this place my home. And as my bus drove by that bar, I swore I could hear them singing on. And it wasn't one of them line crying chicken line, somebody done somebody wrong songs. It was an absolutely finger-licking, grits and chicken country music love song. It was.
The weekends just got wilder with Jason Wilder. Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m. till noon on AM 1420, WHBN, The Rooster.
And good morning to you. Let's hope you're having a great day so far. Mine's not too bad. Not too bad at all. We got a lot of rain coming your way today. And more rain. And more rain. More rain tonight and rain tomorrow as well. So there is a flood watch out there, so you might want to be careful. As I was saying earlier, we see...
All day and all night, we're serving up classic country.
Well, if I push the right button, that is. Ha, ha, ha. It's morning. What can you say? Always pressing something wrong. Well, hopefully I'll press the right button, and you'll have the Sports Saturday report coming your way right after this.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Ask to play WHBN, The Rooster.
Here's the score of the
Kentucky News Network, I'm Gus Allen. Plenty of quality college basketball on tap today, starting with the Kentucky Wildcats facing the Texas Longhorns tonight in Austin. With a number of injuries to key players, Kentucky coach Mark Pope says his three freshmen of Trent Noah, Travis Perry, and Colin Chandler are accepting roles where they're needed.
Those three guys, it's just time for them to step up and be great, and we're relying heavily on them, and that's what they want, and it's what we want, and it's awesome. So I have a lot of confidence in those guys, and it's just time for us to be better. I thought all three of them were spectacular on Saturday, and we expect her on Tuesday, or what day is it, someday? And we expect them to be great this weekend also.
Pope also gave an update on guards Lamont Butler and Jackson Robinson, saying injuries to both players are complicated, and adding they hope to get some clarity on both in the next couple of weeks. He did not disclose when they would return to play. Kentucky and Texas battle at 8 p.m. tonight. Other big games on the hardwood today, a good one in Bowling Green with the 100 Miles of Hate rivalry between Western Kentucky and Middle Tennessee. That game tips off at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Louisville Cardinals are off today. They'll travel to South Bend tomorrow for a Sunday night game against Notre Dame. Top 25 action, it's strong this afternoon. Lots of in-state rivalry matchups with a monster showdown in the South. It sounds like a classic football matchup. Number 1, Auburn goes to number 2, Alabama at 4 p.m. Number 19, Ole Miss welcomes in-state rival number 22, Mississippi State at 6 o'clock. And number 5, Tennessee battles Vanderbilt in Knoxville at 1 p.m. Also on tap today, number 7, Purdue welcomes in number 16, Wisconsin at 1 o'clock. Number 6, Houston travels to number 13, Arizona at 2 this afternoon. This is the opening weekend of NASCAR, and tomorrow is the 67th running of the Great American Race. On the pole for the Daytona 500 is Chase Briscoe. The race will have a 41st driver for 2025 with 4-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves, who makes his NASCAR debut. I'm Gus Allen, KNN Sports.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
Tell her you love her with a diamond from B&L Diamond Jewelers this Valentine's. Make this Valentine's special. Make her stop and think of the love you both share. Nothing allows you to celebrate special moments in life like a diamond from B&L Diamond Jewelers. Diamonds are the only gift in the whole world that will never fade away with time. They will not rust, and they do not require any special care to maintain its brilliant beauty. Diamonds are forever. She will always remember where she was and what the occasion was. When you gave her that special diamond, that tells her, baby, I love you. And 30 years from now, she will remember that moment when you gave her that diamond. No other gift can keep giving like a diamond for years to come.
If you need a new wedding set, upgrade your diamond, engagement ring, diamond earrings, and pendants, or some beautiful fashion jewelry with the quality that can be passed down from generations, we have it. As always, we offer 12 months same as cash and free 6 months layaway.
This is Lauren, so come on in to B&L Diamond Jewelers and let this Valentine's be the occasion that will create the memories that will last forever.
Located in the Danville Manor Shopping Center.
The ultimate in dining pleasures at the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. Since 1995, the Bread of Life Cafe has been serving up good old Southern cooking featuring 3 mouth-watering loaded buffets, an extensive menu, and plenty of family atmosphere. Meet your friends for the Saturday morning breakfast buffet, 7 till 10:30. All you care to eat, just $8.99. Thursday night's a senior night. Save 20% for seniors 55 and older. Friday night after 4, cast your line and catch the all you care to eat awesome fried catfish buffet with all the trimmings, $12.99. Delight your taste at the Bread of Life Cafe 5 miles south of Liberty on 127.
I went to ride Hatfield Chevrolet and they had me
driving in my car, going very far, down the street in my car.
If you want to ride, go to RodHatfieldChevy.com. Rod Hatfield Chevrolet, Lexington, Kentucky.
Hello, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. As your community bank, protecting you and your money is important to us. If you are ever the victim of fraud or suspect a fraud attempt, contact us for advice. We're here to help.
It's 7:20.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
And good wet Saturday morning to you. Yeah, a whole lot of wetness out there, and it's just going to keep on coming. Today, we're going to have a periods of rain with a high of 51. Chance of rain 100%. Up to 2 inches of rain expected today. Local flooding is expected. Tonight, thunderstorms this evening, then cloudy with rain likely overnight, low of 39. Another 2 inches of rain expected. Chance of rain 100%. Local flooding is expected by this point, so be careful if you're out. Sunday, more of the same, rain and actually a little mix of snow in the morning, then raining in the afternoon. Morning high of 46, with temperatures falling to near freezing as the day goes on, with a chance of rain at 90%, and some wind gusts could be pretty bad. It could be sustained winds of up to 25 miles per hour, gusts as high as 50. So watch out tomorrow. Tomorrow night, cloudy with a low around 20, and might even be a little freezing. You never know. All that rain. Monday, mostly cloudy with a high of 30. Tuesday, cloudy with a high of 29. Wednesday, 60% chance of snow showers with a high of 23. Yuck. Thursday, mostly cloudy with a high of 19. The low will be 5 degrees. And then Friday, partly cloudy with a high of 28. Now, next week looks like it goes back up into 50s. Make up your mind. Are you going to be cold or are you going to be warm? You're going to be cold or you going to be warm? Make up your mind. Weather acting like a woman. Ha, ha, ha. Just kidding, ladies. Just kidding. Just kidding. But we know it's true. We've got some music coming your way, and we'll have your statewide and local news for you at the bottom of the hour. So be sure you stick with us right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster. That last comment, by the way, ladies, my name is Radio Rick. No, I'm kidding.
Enjoy the country classics on WHBN, on AM 1420, and now on FM 99.5.
I'm not gonna lie or act like I'm that tough. There might be a tear in my eye when I watch that airplane lifting up. I never was much for telling you how much you meant, but I need you to know you were heaven sent. We went together like highways and T-birds, Saturday sinners and Sunday church, and looking back and crying and laughing at the life between us two. We went together like memories and long gones, cowboys and sad old songs. After all the holding on tight that we went through, you're damn right I'm gonna miss you. I guess there are times when all of us relearn, and life is a book and the pages you know they're about to turn. And I don't know where the story ends, where it's gonna go now. Just as long as this chapter tells the whole world how we went together like highways and T-birds, sing our own songs. After all the holding on tight that we went through. Yeah, after all of the fairy tales that didn't quite come true. After all of the nights and the fights that we went through. You're damn right, yeah. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you. Yeah, yeah.
When you're away from your radio, listen to WHBN online at hometownlive.net.
And a good morning to you. Good morning. Can't even talk this morning. How about that? You guys know we got all kinds of stuff going on with the government and things. Some of that waste getting cut out, but I guess it's finally coming out how all these congressmen are getting all their money in Washington. When you're making $200,000 a year, but you're leaving office with $30, $40, $50 million, yeah, we all know there's some kind of corruption going on, and now it's finally coming out. My opinion, take it for what it's worth. This is not the opinion of the radio station. This is not the opinion of anyone else but me. So we all knew they were doing it. You don't really think they're spending $1 million to find out if mice are actually showing transgender qualities, do you? No, they're not spending $1 million on that. They're spending about $50,000 on it, and the rest of it's going in the pocket of some senator who voted for it, or some congressman, representative, however you want to say it. So, game's up, y'all. So, I'm just glad we don't have things like that going on in our state government. I guess you learn that when you go to Washington. So, none of y'all need to go to Washington. Just remember that. We've got the news coming up for you here in just a few moments, right after these words from our sponsors.
Country and more. WHBN. Big deals.
1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
It's here. It's new. Filled with the best wide selection of vehicles just for you.
Right at Field User Factory.
7 acres of pre-owned elite inventory makes them the largest deal maker around.
Right at Field User Factory.
So come on down to Nicholsville off US 27 to Vince Drive. Then you've arrived at the new
Right at Field User Factory.
Buy with confidence straight from the factory. Take a virtual tour at
RightAtFieldUserFactory.com.
Pioneer Pawn Shop is Harrodsburg's answer in getting cash fast. See how much cash you can get for your items, whether it's silver, gold, or anything of value. Looking to sell or to get a loan? Pioneer Pawn has the cash for you. When getting a loan, there's no stress. Pioneer Pawn works with you. Top dollar loans. Pioneer Pawn Shop is Harrodsburg's answer in getting cash fast. Visit Pioneer Pawn in Harrodsburg on North College Street, next to Dr. Jennifer Nichols' dentistry office. Come by when you need cash fast at Pioneer Pawn Shop.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
A state of emergency is in effect in Kentucky as heavy rainfall today will likely cause flash flooding.
Be careful. Be careful because of the amount of rain that'll be coming down. It will make it hard to drive. Be careful because flash flooding, especially across our roads, can create dangerous conditions.
Governor Beshear has activated the Emergency Operations Center in Frankfort, and the Kentucky National Guard is on standby if needed for rescues and other services. Western Kentucky could get the heaviest rainfall, up to 6 inches or more. Eastern Kentucky, not as much, but Ronnie Dillon with the Jakes Branch Fire Department in Perry County says,
We don't ever want to lose a life, and that if you do ignore a flash flood warning, that could potentially be you laying in bed, not preparing yourself, but you need to prepare now.
In Jefferson County, traffic barricades are staged in flood-prone areas, and water rescue crews are on standby. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg.
As you're out and about, if you're out and about over the weekend, please use caution. If flooding begins and you see water, do not attempt to drive through the water. If barricades are up, please do not go around the barricades. Turn around, find another way to get to where you need to go.
Governor Beshear also implemented Kentucky's price gouging laws. The race to the Kentucky Derby heats up this weekend with the start of the championship series.
And they're off in the Risen Star Stakes.
The Risen Star Stakes is the first of 16 championship prep races. The winner of today's race in New Orleans will earn 50 Derby qualifying points. The Risen Star field is led by morning line favorite East Avenue, trained by Brendan Walsh. I'm Paul Miles.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-558-TERM, 866-558-TERM, 866-558-TERM.
Feeling the aches and pains of everyday life slowing you down? Introducing Blue Emu, America's #1 emu oil formula for pain relief. In a recent clinical trial, 91% of users saw improvement after using Blue Emu. Whether you're working hard, playing harder, or just staying active, Blue Emu penetrates deep to relieve joint and muscle pain fast. And best of all, you won't stink. Join the 91% who felt the difference. Find Blue Emu at your local retailer or online. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
It's time for the news, all about your neighbors and probably about you. It's your local news, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Monday through Saturday.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Boyle County Schools has named their new finance director. Dustin Stevenson was named the new Boyle County finance director. Stevenson comes to Boyle County from Raceland Worthington Independent Schools, where he served as the chief financial officer at Raceland for the last 9 years. While there, he helped work on House Bill 563, which helped give parents rights to choose public school districts, as well as oversee a school district at Raceland that's upgraded every school facility on campus. Kentucky State Police is teaming up with the state police agencies from 5 other states for a weekend traffic blitz this weekend. They'll work to reduce speeding, promote seatbelt usage, and remove impaired drivers from the roadways. Last year, the joint effort hosted 6 enforcement details that led to more than 8,200 seatbelt crimes, nearly 1,900 distracted driving violations, nearly 1,000 drug arrests, 740 speeding tickets, and more than 1,100 move-over violations. I'm Joe Mathis.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
Here are the obituaries. Ella Marie Young, age 68 of Harrodsburg, died Monday. Visitation is Saturday from 12 noon and the time of the service at 1 o'clock at Alexander and Royalty Funeral Home. Sarah Wathan Montgomery Sally Clark, age 88 of Harrodsburg, died Saturday, October the 12th. She was the widow of Gus Edward Clark III A memorial service is Saturday, March 1st at 11 o'clock in the morning at St. Andrew Catholic Church. Ransdale Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
That's the news for today, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Childs and College in Harrodsburg.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
No habla español was all I knew of the local lingo. That old pocket guide to Mexico wasn't much help to this out-of-place gringo. When I checked into my motel room, I was helped by a brown-eyed senorita. She said, "Bienvenido, señor, blah, 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 blah. ¿Cómo estás? Buenos días." I don't know what she said, but I sure like the way that she said it. A little voice in my head said, "Boy, you won't ever forget it." They say that Spanish is the language of love. Well, I love the way that it rolled off her tongue. I don't know what she said, but I sure like the way that she said it. As I followed her down the hallway, I was trying my best not to stare. The angel before me was a rare beauty indeed. J-Lo had nothing on her. She winked and she smiled at me sweetly. Said, "Señor, aquí está suave. Muy guapo," and something about ho-hos. And I thought, oh baby, whatever you say. I don't know what she said, but I sure like the way that she said it. A little voice in my head said, "Boy, you won't ever forget it." They say that Spanish is the language of love. Well, I love the way that it rolled off her tongue. I don't know what she said, but I sure like the way that she said it. Later that evening in a local cantina, a mariachi band was playing. She held me close so her body would know that my body knew what she was saying. I don't know what she said, but I sure like the way that she said it. A little voice in my head said, "Boy, you won't ever forget it." They say that Spanish is the language of love. Well, I love the way that it rolled off her tongue. I don't know what she said, but I sure like the way that she said it. No, I don't know what she said, but I sure like the way that she said it.
WHBN.
This is Daryl, the cigar sommelier and owner of Smoke and Bourbon in Danville, Kentucky at the Greenleaf Shopping Center. And here's your cigar tip of the week. This week's tip is pace yourself. On average, a Robusto cigar burns for about 35 to 45 minutes. That's a smaller size cigar. So listen, pace yourself, enjoy the blend of the cigar, and appreciate the commodity that comes with this experience. Stay burning and yearning for next week or stop in, come smoke, sip, and chill at Kentucky's newest bourbon and cigar experience, Smoke and Bourbon. Visit our Facebook anytime, Smoke and Bourbon, or our website, smoke-and-bourbon.com.
Stop in now to win tickets for our upcoming UK men's basketball game. No purchase necessary, but extra entries for each purchase of cigar or beverage.
Throughout its history, Hitachi Astemo Americas has been synonymous with safety, quality, and continuous improvement. Adhering to these values has enabled us to succeed as an innovative supplier of world-class products to the global automotive market. With over 1,000 employees at our Harrodsburg facility, we strive each day to exceed the expectations of our customers. Find out more about our opportunities at careers.hitachi.com. Hitachi Astemo Americas is an equal opportunity employer.
You'll love the February specials at your Harrodsburg Dairy Queen. Mix and match any two for $5. 2 chicken strips, a 5-ounce sundae, regular cheeseburger, regular fry, pretzel stick with queso, or any size drink. Choose 2 for just $5. The $7 meal deal's for real. Choose from a regular cheeseburger, 3-piece chicken strip basket, or queso burger with bacon. Choose any one. Plus, you get fries, drink, and sundae, all just $7. Take 75% off confetti dipped cones and Blizzard of the Month's red velvet cake. Get these and many more savings in February at your Harrodsburg DQ, where a happy tastes good.
I went to ride Hatfield Chevrolet and they had me
driving in my car, going very far, down the street in my car.
If you want to ride, go to RodHatfieldChevy.com. Rod Hatfield Chevrolet, Lexington, Kentucky.
It's 7:41.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day so far. Got to adjust some equipment here. There we go. It was cutting my head off on the video. If you guys don't watch the video, you should check it out. You can go to Facebook, search for the Hometown Live radio page, or you can go to YouTube, search at Hometown Live, or you can go to our website, which is hometownlive.net. Scroll on down, you'll see all the players for each station. Our sister stations, WHIR and WRNZ, and this station, of course, WHBN. And you'll be able to see us. We've got going on today a whole lot of rain. A whole lot of rain all weekend. There's a flood watch out, so be careful out there. Today will be periods of rain with a high of 51. Your chance of rain, 100%. Up to 2 inches of rain expected. Localized flooding is possible. Now, tonight, going to have some thunderstorms this evening, then cloudy with rain likely overnight. Low of 39. Your chance of rain overnight is 100%. The winds are going to get up to about 20 miles per hour, up to another 2 inches of rain. So localized flooding is expected at this point. It's not whether or not it's going to, it's how much is it going to flood. And then tomorrow, guess what? You get more. Rain and snow in the morning, then remaining overcast in the afternoon. Morning high 46 with the temperatures falling to near freezing as the day goes on. Winds will be up to 25 miles per hour and gusting higher than that. Your chance of rain will be 90% tomorrow with a high of 46. And tomorrow night, cloudy with a low around 20. At least the rain's going to quit for a little bit. Then Monday, you got mostly cloudy with a high of 30. Tuesday, cloudy with a high of 29. Wednesday, 60% chance of snow showers with a high of only 23. Thursday, mostly cloudy with a high of 19 and a low of 5 degrees. Yuck. And Friday, partly cloudy with a high of 28. So it's going to be cold this next week. And then the following week after that, we're back up to the 50s. Make up your mind, weather, make up your mind. But that's what we get in Kentucky. Sometimes we get all 4 seasons in one day. That's just the way it goes here. We're all used to it. We know how it is. And you never know what the weather is going to bring you. Many days in the spring and the fall, you run your heater going to work and you run your air conditioner going home from work. But that's Kentucky weather for you. We're all well aware of this fact. We've got coming up for you, we have the Sports Saturday Report. And that will be followed by some music. The 8 o'clock hour, you'll have your news, and then Gardening with James. So stick with us right here on WHBN Harrodsburg through Stir.
Here's the score of the Kentucky News Network. I'm Gus Allen. Plenty of quality college basketball on tap today, starting with the Kentucky Wildcats facing the Texas Longhorns tonight in Austin. With a number of injuries to key players, Kentucky coach Mark Pope says his 3 freshmen of Trent Noah, Travis Perry, and Colin Chandler are accepting roles where they're needed.
Those 3 guys, it's just time for them to step up and be great, and we're relying heavily on them, and that's what they want, and it's what we want, and it's awesome. So I have a lot of confidence in those guys, and it's just time for us to be better. I thought all 3 of them were spectacular on Saturday, and we expect her on Tuesday, or what day is it? Someday. And we expect them to be great this weekend also.
Pope also gave an update on guards Lamont Butler and Jackson Robinson, saying injuries to both players are complicated, and adding they hope to get some clarity on both in the next couple of weeks. He did not disclose when they would return to play. Kentucky and Texas battle at 8 p.m. tonight. Other big games on the hardwood today, a good one in Bowling Green with the 100 Miles of Hate rivalry between Western Kentucky and Middle Tennessee. That game tips off at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Louisville Cardinals are off today. They'll travel to South Bend tomorrow for a Sunday night game against Notre Dame. Top 25 action, it's strong this afternoon. Lots of in-state rivalry matchups with a monster showdown in the South. It sounds like a classic football matchup. Number 1, Auburn goes to number 2, Alabama at 4 p.m. Number 19, Ole Miss welcomes in-state rival number 22, Mississippi State at 6 o'clock. And number 5, Tennessee battles Vanderbilt in Knoxville at 1 p.m. Also on tap today, number 7, Purdue welcomes in number 16, Wisconsin at 1 o'clock. Number 6, Houston travels to number 13, Arizona at 2 this afternoon. This is the opening weekend of NASCAR, and tomorrow is the 67th running of the Great American Race. On the pole for the Daytona 500 is Chase Briscoe. The race will have a 41st driver for 2025 with 4-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves, who makes his NASCAR debut. I'm Gus Allen, KNN Sports.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
Country music superstar Blake Shelton presents Friends and Heroes 2025. One legendary night of country music that you won't want to miss. Blake Shelton. Live at Rupp Arena February 27th. Featuring special appearances by Craig Morgan. Dina Carter. And Trace Adkins. With special guest Emily Ann Roberts. Rupp Arena, February 27th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Blake Shelton, Friends and Heroes 2025. Featuring special appearances by Craig Morgan, Dina Carter, and Trace Adkins. With special guest Emily Ann Roberts. Produced by Messina Touring Group and AEG Presents.
1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with big deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Running a business isn't easy, and if you want to reach new customers, you've got to get your message out. Hi, I'm Don, and here are some marketing fast facts to help you grow your business. So, do you know which media dominates the marketplace? It's radio. Radio is the #1 mass reach media. 93% of the population listens to radio. Radio reaches more people than TV, Google, Facebook, Twitter, or Yellow Pages. Also, radio dominates in the car. Potential customers don't surf the internet, watch TV, or read it while driving. Radio reaches consumers as they travel to stores to make shopping decisions. You know, no other media can make that claim. And radio has the strongest ROI of any other media. Radio has an average ROI of $10 of incremental sales for every dollar spent. Your dollars work harder with radio. So, where do you start? Call us today and find out how radio can help grow your business.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
Together, let's drive at Bob Allen Chevrolet. Hi, I'm John Welsh, inviting you to check out Bob Allen's pricing on new 25 Chevy Silverado 2500 HD Custom Crew Cab 4x4. Now priced at only $49,992. Stock M25 $397. Bob Allen Chevrolet, located on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
Thanks for listening to The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now FM 99.5.
She was circling the Holiday Inn, just about to go round again when her cell phone rang and it was him saying, room 183. They'd never done this before, but when he met her at the door, they broke out smiling cause they were sure that this is what they need. She said, Mama's got the kids, and he said, well, we got the room for the weekend. And they love their kids and their house and that dog in the yard. Oh, and their neighbors for the most part. They love each other, but it's hard to be lovers when life gets in the way. Sometimes love needs a holiday. He hung out the do not disturb to shut out the rest of the world. 48 hours of just him and her, you can't get this at home. She pulled the covers back and he said, yeah, I'm into that. They flopped down together and took a nap. No, you can't get this at home. They woke up in each other's arms, and that's where they spent the rest of the weekend. They love their kids and their house and that dog in the yard. Oh, and their neighbors for the most part. They love each other, but it's hard to be lovers when life gets in the way. Sometimes love needs a holiday. Service dinner with candles and wine, a night with no homework, no baby crying. They hold each other like they used to do. He whispers, girl, I've missed you. They love their kids and their house and that dog in the yard. Oh, and their neighbors for the most part. They love each other, but it's hard to be lovers when life gets in the way. Sometimes love needs a holiday. Needs a holiday.
All day and all night, we're serving up classic country on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
A state of emergency is in effect in Kentucky as heavy rainfall today will likely cause flash flooding.
Be careful. Be careful because of the amount of rain that'll be coming down. It will make it hard to drive. Be careful because flash flooding, especially across our roads, can create dangerous conditions.
Governor Beshear has activated the Emergency Operations Center in Frankfort, and the Kentucky National Guard is on standby if needed for rescues and other services. Western Kentucky could get the heaviest rainfall, up to 6 inches or more. Eastern Kentucky, not as much, but Ronnie Dillon with the Jakes Branch Fire Department in Perry County says,
We don't ever want to lose a life, and that if you do ignore a flash flood warning, that could potentially be you laying in bed, not preparing yourself, but you need to prepare now.
In Jefferson County, traffic barricades are staged in flood-prone areas, and water rescue crews are on standby. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg.
As you're out and about, if you're out and about over the weekend, please use caution. If flooding begins and you see water, do not attempt to drive through the water. If barricades are up, please do not go around the barricades. Turn around, find another way to get to where you need to go.
Governor Beshear also implemented Kentucky's price gouging laws. The race to the Kentucky Derby heats up this weekend with the start of the championship series.
And they're off in the Risen Star Stakes.
The Risen Star Stakes is the first of 16 championship prep races. The winner of today's race in New Orleans will earn 50 Derby qualifying points. The Risen Star field is led by morning line favorite East Avenue, trained by Brendan Walsh. I'm Paul Miles.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-558-TERM, 866-558-TERM, 866-558-TERM.
Feeling the aches and pains of everyday life slowing you down? Introducing Blue Emu, America's #1 emu oil formula for pain relief. In a recent clinical trial, 91% of users saw improvement after using Blue Emu. Whether you're working hard, playing harder, or just staying active, Blue Emu penetrates deep to relieve joint and muscle pain fast. And best of all, you won't stink. Join the 91% who felt the difference. Find Blue Emu at your local retailer or online. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Ask to play WHBN, The Rooster.
I want him, but he don't want me. He wants somebody else that I can't be. And she's got a man that she wants to leave, 'cause he can't seem to make her happy. Does it have to be wrong to make it feel right? Tell me why. Ain't nobody satisfied. Old man looking at a photograph of a love that's long gone from his past, and his wife's got a letter that she can't read from a boy who never came back from the sea. All the secrets and lies we keep deep inside. he's on floor.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
Is against New York Mayor Eric Adams. The Washington Post reports 4 Manhattan-based prosecutors withdrew themselves from the Eric Adams case. The lead prosecutor also resigned and said any lawyer who would ask a judge to toss the charges is either a fool or a coward. Luigi Mangione is speaking out for the first time since his arrest. Mangione is accused of killing insurance CEO Brian Thompson last December. On Friday, Mangione released a statement on a website dedicated to his defense, saying, quote, "I'm overwhelmed by and grateful for everyone who has written me to share their stories and express their support." President Trump is looking to end COVID-19 vaccine mandates in schools. Brian Shook reports.
He signed an executive order Friday that will bar schools that still have mandates from receiving federal funds. Trump had promised to withhold funding from schools that had vaccine or mask mandates during his campaign. According to the nonprofit Immunize.org, no state had any COVID vaccine requirements for K-12 students as of last May.
A federal judge is temporarily halting the mass firings at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The court order comes after several groups sued the agency and its acting director earlier this week. The judge said CFPB employees can't be terminated without cause.
I just saw the most amazing thing in my entire life. First, you gotta do the truffle shuffle. Come on. Do it. Come on. Do it.
A sequel to the classic film The Goonies is in the works almost 40 years after the original hit theaters. Steven Spielberg will produce and Chris Columbus, who wrote the first film, will executive produce. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-558-TERM, 866-558-TERM, 866-558-TERM.
Feeling the aches and pains of everyday life slowing you down? Introducing Blue Emu, America's #1 emu oil formula for pain relief. In a recent clinical trial, 91% of users saw improvement after using Blue Emu. Whether you're working hard, playing harder, or just staying active, Blue Emu penetrates deep to relieve joint and muscle pain fast. And best of all, you won't stink. Join the 91% who felt the difference. Find Blue Emu at your local retailer or online. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
The U.S. Army is banning transgender people from enlisting. The military branch announced the decision over social media on Friday. Not only will transgender people be barred from enlisting, but the Army will also stop providing gender-affirming care for service members. This comes after President Trump signed an executive order directing the Pentagon to write new policies for transgender service members within 30 days. Americans' credit card debt has reached a record high of $1.21 trillion. Mark Mayfield fills us in.
That's according to a report released by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York on Thursday. The increase is part of a broader rise in household debt, which now totals over $18 trillion from credit cards, mortgages, auto loans, and student loans. In the last quarter of 2024, overall debt grew by $93 billion, with about half of that increase attributed to new credit card debt.
A guitarist for the Eagles is recuperating after suffering a medical emergency on stage. Don Felder was performing the Eagles' hit Tequila Sunrise on the Rock Legends cruise Friday when he suddenly stopped playing his guitar. Felder's team posted an update to his social media pages saying he was dehydrated but is now feeling better. The cruise is still on its way to the Bahamas, and Felder is rescheduling his performances.
Go join your friends, you wiggles.
A sequel to the classic film The Goonies is in the works almost 40 years after the original hit theaters. Steven Spielberg will produce, and Chris Columbus, who wrote the first film, will executive produce. The NBA's best players are in San Francisco today for the All-Star Weekend. This evening will feature the Skills Challenge, three-point contest, and slam dunk contest. Rob Artier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Boyle County Schools has named their new finance director. Dustin Stevenson was named the new Boyle County finance director. Stevenson comes to Boyle County from Raceland Worthington Independent Schools, where he served as the chief financial officer at Raceland for the last 9 years. While there, he helped work on House Bill 563, which helped give parents rights to choose public school districts, as well as oversee a school district at Raceland that's upgraded every school facility on campus. Kentucky State Police is teaming up with the state police agencies from 5 other states for a weekend traffic blitz this weekend. They'll work to reduce speeding, promote seatbelt usage, and remove impaired drivers from the roadways. Last year, the joint effort hosted 6 enforcement details that led to more than 8,200 seatbelt crimes, nearly 1,900 distracted driving violations, nearly 1,000 drug arrests, 740 speeding tickets, and more than 1,100 move-over violations. I'm Joe Mathis.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner and you want to reach new customers, you should consider radio. There are always new customers out there, whether it's from new families moving into the area, changing income levels, lifestyles, or buying habits. To reach that new business, first, they need to know you're there. Discover the power of radio.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner and you want to reach new customers, you should consider radio. There are always new customers out there, whether it's from new families moving into the area, changing income levels, lifestyles, or buying habits. To reach that new business, first, they need to know you're there. Discover the power of radio.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
Hey folks, Willie Baker here, Baker Auctions and Real Estate. I'm here to tell you about our early spring consignment sale that's coming up February 22nd, live on site at Baker Auction Center in Junction City, Kentucky, or you can bid online at bidbaker.com. Get your consignments ready. We accept construction equipment, golf carts, boats, farm equipment, mowers, and more. Live on site Saturday, February 22nd, 9 a.m. or bid online at bidbaker.com. And don't forget, get more for your acre. Call Willie Baker, 855-858-SOLD. That's 855-858-7653.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, my plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
This is Goldie Goldsmith McNary, inviting you to join me each week for What's Happening Goldie, a talk show that features interesting people about interesting things. We'll learn how to stay healthy and keep fit, and we'll explore the world of entertainment. So join me for What's Happening Goldie.
What's Happening Goldie every Wednesday at 10:05 a.m. and Saturday at 8:30 a.m. on WHBN 1420 a.m. and 99.5 FM.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the new Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet in Harrodsburg, 540 North College Street next to Timmy's 5 Point. Shop and save with Howard Carpenter.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall, high of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm, low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy, high of 48. Wind gust to 29.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another soggy Saturday. It is raining. It's going to be raining. It's not going to stop raining anytime soon. So watch out for those puddles. Slow down. Don't be in no big hurry this morning because the roadway is going to be wet. And governor's already called a state of emergency because of the rain. So just be careful out there today. We're just floating along here, but things are good. I got Kurt on the line with me. Good morning, Kurt.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, but I had a state of an emergency myself just 5 minutes ago. You know about? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Feel free to tell that one. I swear that was hilarious. I got to laugh at myself sometimes.
It'd be okay.
Oh, thank you.
I will forgive you with no problem.
Well, you got loyal listeners out here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what you got going on today?
Well, I'm sitting out here in my vehicle listening to the rain on the roof of this thing, and I'm looking down the hill here at my chickens, making sure that they don't get flooded out. I might have to go out here and dig a little trench real quick around the front of this thing, but I was watching my videos like I do when I'm up early in the morning, and this gentleman was talking about the glycemic index. And that has to do with your food. And, gosh, you think sugar is bad for you, but there are other things that these food companies are putting in our food that's even more dangerous.
Yes, sir. And
monosodium glutamate is one of the things, the MSG. Mm-hmm. But maltodextrin, it's very dangerous. And when they put that in there, it's very bad for especially diabetics, I think. But I had to do some research, and I want to encourage people to just read your labels. And if you can't pronounce it, and don't understand what it is, don't eat it.
Yes, sir.
Hard to do, but you got to make the stand somewhere along the line. Anyhow, I'll get off my soapbox here.
No, hey, I agree with you 100% because I'm like you. I look at these videos and I've been in the habit here lately of reading ingredients and then I'll look up the ingredients and it tells you that it's bad for your heart, it's bad for your blood pressure, it's bad for this and it's bad for that. But for some reason here in America, they're allowed to put that stuff in there. And, that's the reason why I say, hey, if you can grow it, you're a lot better off because, you don't put those things in there. You said, you got chickens and you don't feed your chickens that. So I agree with you 100% because, like I said, because in order for us to stay healthy, we have to make sure that the things that we're eating are good for your body.
Exactly. You are what you eat, so. Anyway, I'll get off here and listen to the rest of your show. I didn't mean to freak out on you, but I sure did. You have a great day, James.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Bye. Yeah, that's Kurt. He's a mess. But yeah, we have to be really careful about a lot of the things that are in our food. And like say, I hadn't read labels, I hadn't been in a habit of reading labels. But, over the last 6-8 months, maybe a year, I started reading up on some of the things that, like I said, I couldn't pronounce it, didn't have a clue what it was. And then I'll Google it, and then it tells me all these things all the reasons why I shouldn't be eating them. So, it's just a mess. So, like I say, raise your own food, cattle, chicken. If not, like say, reach out to a farmer, in your local area, and get it from them. Like say your eggs or whatever it might be. But like I say, but they need to do something about all the extra ingredients, because a lot of those ingredients are, they're not in foreign countries. Some of the foreign countries, they don't put that in their food. But in the United States, for some reason, they're free to do that. And like I say, manufacturers, they know this because I guess, some of those people who are doing this, they must be working with, hospitals or doctors or something, because, seemed like the medical field would blow the whistle, and say, hey, my client is in here or my patient is in here because of whatever ingredient that you put in the food, and we need to figure that out, because I'm just trying to stay healthy, the best I can. So let me get off that soapbox just for a minute. I was looking at another video the other day about, because a lot of people have no space to grow, very little to grow. And I was looking at the grow towers. And grow towers, you can get a 5-level tier of a grow tower. And a grow tower is just a vertical growing, and the one for $28 or $29, it's like 5 tiers high. It's got you put water in the top. It waters the plants on the bottom. You can get a 7 tier, which is, a little higher, and grow your food, and I'm one of those people who don't have any space. So I'm definitely in the market for a grow tower, just so I could grow my beans, my herbs, my flowers, or whatever it is that I want to grow. Because, like I said, I think, let's see, if I read it right, there's, let's see, in a 5 level, there's at least 4 little pots on each, in each one. That means that I can grow at least 20 different things, including, tomatoes, including cucumbers, including green beans, including your flowers or whatever it is. And they have wheels on the bottom, and and when the sun comes up, and you can turn it, say every other day you turn it to make sure that that it's getting the sun. And like saying, a lot of the seeds, they've got, they actually have seeds for that, and to where you have the shorter vegetables, but they taste just as good as the other. And like saying, for under $29, compared to, say, if you have a raised bed, the amount of soil that you have to put in it in order to get it to where it needs to be. If you've got a 3-foot raised bed, you probably got to put about 8 or 10 bags of soil in it. The other option would be is that you put composted mulch, composted leaves, or leaves that you have sitting around that's done dried up. If you've got plants, well, say flowers that are through for the season, you can put those in. So there's ways that you can save money by filling the bottom half of your raised beds to where you only may have to put maybe, say if it's 3 foot high, you could put at least 2 feet, 2.5 feet of other things that will fill that gap on the bottom, and you'll still be able to put your soil in, make sure that you're, having everything that you need. But like I say, but this year, it'd be a great year to try to cut back on how much soil you have to buy by using composted things, because, it's going to get expensive, these 25% tariffs on different things. It's going to hit the agriculture field, where farmers are going to have to pay more. You'll have to pay more, or we will have to pay more, because, if we go like we've been doing, just going out and just filling it up, it's going to cost a whole lot more money. So I'm hoping this year that we can find different ways to try to save, some money by just doing just the opposite of what we have been doing in the past when it comes to, raised beds. I like I like to find myself trying to be frugal and try to keep as much money as I can, but still grow the same amount. Because there's a lot of different ways now that you can put money back in your pocket by just taking by taking a little extra time to Google it, research it, call different companies, and if you've got a phone, you've got access to a lot of different things. Just type in, how can I save money on my garden? And I'm sure there's a lot of different ways that, maybe 10 or 15, 20 pages will pop up and give you ideas on how to, save a few dollars, because we're going to need it this year. Because, because the tariffs are going to hit everybody. When it comes to you buying a car, when it comes to you buying a car, whether you're trying to grow food, the box stores, they're going to charge more because they've got to pay 25% extra, to get what they need. So it all falls back to going back to a simpler time where you could still grow food by using different means. And like I say, and if you look up frugal just means that you have figured out a way to do the same things that you've been doing and save money. Because instead of spending $100, if you can spend $50 on what you're trying to do, then you're a lot better off. And like saying our farmers, they may have to figure out a different way to grow food that lowers the cost, just to make sure that the food gets to the right people. Because everybody's you can have a lot of money, but if you don't have food, you're in trouble. I tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Running a business isn't easy, and if you want to reach new customers, you've got to get your message out. Hi, I'm Don, and here are some marketing fast facts to help you grow your business. So, do you know which media dominates the marketplace? It's radio. Radio is the #1 mass reach media. 93% of the population listens to radio. Radio reaches more people than TV, Google, Facebook, Twitter, or Yellow Pages. Also, radio dominates in the car. Potential customers don't surf the internet, watch TV, or read it while driving. Radio reaches consumers as they travel to stores to make shopping decisions. You know, no other media can make that claim. And radio has the strongest ROI of any other media. Radio has an average ROI of $10 of incremental sales for every dollar spent. Your dollars work harder with radio. So, where do you start? Call us today and find out how radio can help grow your business.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
Harrisburg Tire and Automotive is a full-service auto center providing a wide range of tire and auto care services. They provide customers with tires of all brands and sizes. Harrisburg Tire and Automotive can accommodate vehicles from small cars to dually trucks. They offer a lot of auto maintenance services, including brakes, front-end work, alignments, engine repairs, computer diagnostics, tune-ups, oil changes, and so much more. North College Street next to Napa. Give them a call, 734-4563, 734-4563 for Harrisburg Tire.
Dear Mom, I know it's hard trying to quit smoking, but I heard something new about something that might help. It's called Kentucky's Tobacco Quit Line. It's one-on-one individual counseling over the phone with someone who can help. You can talk in private and talk at times when it's convenient. Just call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Mom, one of these days I'll be graduating, and then maybe someday getting married. I want you to be there with me. Please try it. I love you, Rachel.
The Kentucky Tobacco Quit Line, 1-800-QUIT-NOW. This message brought to you by your local health department.
This WHBN weather brought to you by the new Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg, providing the largest selection of playhouses, cabins, sheds, workshops, and more. Financing available, Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall, high of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm, low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy, high of 48. Wind gust to 29.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, we're back in the garden. You know, while we was on break, I looked up some words for frugal, and it came up as economical, thrifty, saving, conserving, cheap. And I would consider cheap as if you're riding down the road and somebody's got, say, some old trash cans or old containers and something that you think you can use and they're giving it away. That's cheap, free, and useful. Scrimping. Let's see, tight-fisted, holding on to every dollar that you can get. And you pinching, like pinching pennies. You know, I'm only going to spend so much when I go to the store, even though I like that container or I like that flower, I like that plant, but I'm not spending $39 on that particular plant or particular item when you can go buy the seeds, you know, for $2 or whatever it might be and grow the same flower as those people do. And, you know, you're saving money, you know, because your plant's going to get it as big and beautiful as theirs would. But you saved a lot of money, and plus you got like, you know, 30, 40, 50 seeds. So it makes more sense for you to try to do it yourself or, you know, have a relative help you out to make sure that you're staying within a budget. Because nowadays, if you don't have some type of budget, money's going to disappear, and you may have to get out and work when you're supposed to be, you know, when you're trying to, you know, stay retired, or because I hate for a 75, 80-year-old senior have to go back to work because they don't have enough money because the money that they had, they spent it on things that cost them an arm and a leg, which put them in that position. So for me, like say being frugal, you know, like say people laugh, they just say you cheap. I agree 100%. I'm cheap when it comes to trying to make sense of where I can spend my money, you know, and do the best I can with what I have. And if I can find something free, or if somebody's giving something away, or if I can go to a yard sale, or if I can go to a clearance sale, you know, when I go into the store, you know, first thing I do is I go to the clearance section. Just like, you know, when I go to, say, Lowe's or Home Depot or wherever it might be, you know, my first thing is if I'm looking for flowers or plants or whatever it might be, I go back and I find the clearance rack. And like say, yes, it may be just a little dead, but I'm telling myself, but if I, you know, up front, that same plant is $19, but here in the back, because it's starting to die, because, you know, it's, according to them, it's past their time, so that's the reason why they put it on clearance. Well, I'd rather spend the $5, come home, try to bring it back to life in order to try to save me, some money. So be frugal with your money. Like I say, the tariffs are going to hit everybody regardless of what the news tells you. regardless of what the president tells you, be frugal, because, like I say, we're all going to be in the same boat, regardless of who it was meant for. Everybody's going to be affected. So hang in there. We're hoping things will get better, and my time's up. So, like I said, just try to stay frugal, try to get what you can, and be good with it. Folks, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
Problems. Now, we've been through too many of these to not be fully prepared. And so I'm preemptively going to sign a state of emergency that will allow us to pre-position assets from National Guard to swift boat crews all around the state so that we will be ready to respond quickly.
Parts of western Kentucky could see up to 6 inches of rain, possibly more. Forecaster Justin Gibbs with the National Weather Service in Paducah.
And then there's flash flood. Hey, the water is in places it's really not supposed to be. That's what we're worried about. You know, we've got water over Highway 45. We've got water, starting to enter into businesses and homes near the creeks and stuff like that. So that's kind of what we're worried about on a flash flood scale.
In Jefferson County, Emergency Services Director Jody Myman says traffic barricades are staged along roads that will likely flood.
We put the barricades out for a reason. Don't move them. Don't try to drive around them, because we see that as well. Please don't do that.
The governor also implemented Kentucky's price gouging laws. Kentucky officials are warning residents to prepare for the wildfire season. The State Department of Forestry says despite the recent rain, the forest fire season still begins February 15th. The department expecting a busier than usual fire season due to debris from the winter storms. I'm Paul Miles.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-340-5510. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-340-5510. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-340-5510.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
Hello, it's Dr. Matthew Duggar with Matthew Duggar Eye Care in Harrodsburg. Let me tell you about our affordable eyewear pricing. If you just need distance or near-only glasses, we offer a frame, thinner lens, and non-glare coating for $119. We offer a frame, Zeiss Progressive No-Line Bifocal, and thinner lens with non-glare coating for $299. We want you to feel comfortable coming to our office to buy glasses. To schedule an eye exam with me, Dr. Matthew Duggar in Harrodsburg, call 859-605-2214.
Harrisburg Tire and Automotive is a full-service auto center providing a wide range of tire and auto care services. They provide customers with tires of all brands and sizes. Harrisburg Tire and Automotive can accommodate vehicles from small cars to dually trucks. They offer a lot of auto maintenance services, including brakes, front-end work, alignments, engine repairs, computer diagnostics, tune-ups, oil changes, and so much more. North College Street next to Napa. Give them a call, 734-4563, 734-4563 for Harrisburg Tire.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Boyle County Schools has named their new finance director. Dustin Stevenson was named the new Boyle County finance director. Stevenson comes to Boyle County from Raceland-Worthington Independent Schools, where he served as the chief financial officer at Raceland for the last 9 years. While there, he helped work on House Bill 563, which helped give parents rights to choose public school districts, as well as oversee a school district at Raceland that's upgraded every school facility on campus. Kentucky State Police is teaming up with the state police agencies from 5 other states for a weekend traffic blitz this weekend. They'll work to reduce speeding, promote seatbelt usage, and remove impaired drivers from the roadways. Last year, the joint effort hosted 6 enforcement details that led to more than 8,200 seatbelt crimes, nearly 1,900 distracted driving violations, nearly 1,000 drug arrests, 740 speeding tickets, and more than 1,100 move-over violations. I'm Joe Mathis. Here are the obituaries. Ella Marie Young, age 68 of Harrodsburg, died Monday. Visitation is Saturday from 12 noon and the time of the service at 1 o'clock at Alexander and Royalty Funeral Home. Sarah Wathan Montgomery Sally Clark, age 88 of Harrodsburg, died Saturday, October the 12th. She was the widow of Gus Edward Clark III. A memorial service is Saturday, March 1st at 11 o'clock in the morning at St. Andrew Catholic Church. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
It's time now for What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith Bigneri. What's Happening Goldie is brought to you by WHBN. And now, what's happening, Goldie?
Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
We can't let February end without remembering the birthday of Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. He was born on February the 12th, 1809, in a one-room log cabin in Kentucky near Hodgensville, which is present-day Hodgensville. We begin this tribute with the beginning of his Gettysburg Address. It seems fitting that we remember President Lincoln and the core principles of our nation with the end of the Gettysburg Address.
That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
His truth is marching on.
Going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Hi, this is Caraway and Adeline at Mattresses and More next door to Ace Hardware in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, come check out our tax refund sale. New merchandise arriving weekly and we sell off the floor. Get up to 35% off. We offer layaway and 12 months same as cash with approved credit. Come see Aunt Nana. You'll be glad you did.
Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
Ready for a fast, safe, and easy way to send your share of the rent money? Put your feet up, because with Zelle, you can send your monthly amount from the comfort of your couch. Zelle is conveniently found in your Farmers National Bank online or mobile banking account, and it's available now. Ask a Farmers National Bank representative for more information. Available to United States bank account holders only. Terms and conditions apply. Farmers National Bank. Member FDIC.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
How do you go about writing a hit song? Well, I asked award-winning Nashville songwriter Monty Holmes.
I'm a songwriter.
Yeah.
I write songs for people to record and make me a lot of money.
There you go.
When you sit down to write a song, you want to write a song that you like.
Right.
Because I feel like if I like it, somebody else is going to like it.
Right.
That's always been the way I try to go about it. I just love music. I always have. I wrote Never Again Again for Lee Ann Womack. I've had several George Strait cuts, When Did You Stop Loving Me? And I Know She Still Loves Me, Troubadour, which I wrote with Leslie Fetcher. And
You may be familiar with George Strait's recording of Monty Holmes' song, Troubadour, but here's a demo version sung by Monty Holmes himself. This is the version that George Strait heard.
I still feel 25 most of the time. I still raise a little cane with the boys. Honky tonks and pretty women, Lord, I'm still right there with them, singing above the crowd and the noise. Sometimes I feel like Jesse James, still trying to make a name, knowing nothing's gonna change what I am. I was a young troubadour when I wrote in on a song. I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. Well, the truth about a mirror is that a damn old mirror don't really tell the whole truth. It don't show what's deep inside or read between the lines. It's really no reflection of my youth. Sometimes I feel like Jesse James, still trying to make a name, knowing nothing's gonna change what I am. I was a young troubadour when I wrote it on a song. I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. I was a young troubadour when I wrote it on a song. I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. Yeah, when I'm gone.
What's Happening, Goldie will be back after this break. This is The Rooster, WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Hey folks, Willie Baker here, Baker Auctions and Real Estate. I'm here to tell you about our early spring consignment sale that's coming up February 22nd, live on site at Baker Auction Center in Junction City, Kentucky, or you can bid online at bidbaker.com. Get your consignments ready. We accept construction equipment, golf carts, boats, farm equipment, mowers, and more. Live on site Saturday, February 22nd, 9 a.m. or bid online at bidbaker.com. And don't forget, get more for your acre. Call Willie Baker, 855-858-SOLD. That's 855-858-7653.
My name is Casey Riggs. I'm from Rough River, Kentucky. I've sung all my life, started out in church, of course. From there, I sung any opportunity I could. I come to Studio G to develop my voice and, most importantly, confidence. I'm now part of a group called the Purple Vibes. We sing in local festivals, shows here at Studio G, and without Studio G, I wouldn't have that opportunity.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
This WHBN weather forecast is service of Commonwealth Heating and Air. When you want it done right the first time at a fair price, call Harlan Holiday, 859-325-4206. Commonwealth Heating and Air is your trouble specialist. Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall. High of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm. Low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy. High of 48. Wind gust to 29.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
He started playing music when he was only 8 years old, and shortly after that, he was playing the fiddle for the Merle Haggard Band. Now, many years later, Tiger Bell still is playing. He lives and performs in Nashville. Here is Tiger Bell doing all the singing and all the instruments. He sings lead and sings his backup. He's a pretty cool guy. Here is Tiger Bell.
I got $15 in a tank of gas. Hold on, baby, just hold on. My mind is reeling and it's fading fast. Hold on, baby, just hold on. There's only one thing that'll cure my ills. It ain't no doctor, it ain't no pills. I got a need for speed and a license to fly. I'm willing to teach if you're willing to try. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on, hold on to me. I'll show you things you never thought you'd see. Don't worry about what mom and dad will say. You gotta live your life for today. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna put my foot down on the gas. Hold on, baby, just hold on. I just can't fight this urge to pass. Hold on, baby, just hold on. I got a couple days off and I'm ready to play. Can't slow down, there ain't no way. Don't let each day turn out the same. You gotta live your life in the passing lane. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on to me. I'll show you things you never thought you'd see. Don't worry about what mom and dad will say. You gotta live your life for today. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on. You never thought you'd be. Don't let each day turn out the same. You gotta live your life in the passing lane. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on.
Tiger Bell is very talented. He also studies voice with my brother Ron Browning.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
My name is Chase Harrington, and I'm from Nicholsville, Kentucky. I've been singing for about 7 years. When I got into performance, I came to Studio G. I've been learning how to look good on stage, how to bring out my voice more in the songs that I sing, how to get confidence. I hear an immense difference in my voice compared to when I started coming here.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
Danville's deal maker, Bob Allen.
Together, let's drive at Bob Allen Chevrolet. Hi, I'm John Welsh, inviting you to lease a new 25 Chevy Trailblazer LS for only $279 per month for 36 months. 0 down and must be a current leasee. 10,000 lease miles per year, stock M25292. Bob Allen Chevrolet, located on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at boballenmotormall.com.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
In celebration of Valentine's Day, here's one of my favorites. Frank Sinatra singing My Funny Valentine.
My funny Valentine, sweet comic Valentine, you make me smile with my heart. Your looks are laughable, unphotographable, yet you're my favorite work of art. Is your figure less than Greek? Is your mouth a little weak? When you open it to speak, are you smart? But don't change a hair for me, not if you care for me. Stay, little Valentine, stay. Each day is Valentine's Day. Is your figure less than Greek? Is your mouth a little weak? When you open it to speak, are you smart? But don't change a hair for me, not if you care for me. Stay, little Valentine, stay. Is Valentine's Day.
Well, that's a wrap. We sure hope you enjoyed today's show, and we hope you join us again next week. Until then, I'm Goldie, and that's what's happening.
You've been listening to What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith-Vigneri. What's Happening Goldie is recorded at Studio G and produced by Goldsmith-Vigneri Productions.
Well, that's a wrap. We sure hope you enjoyed today's show. We hope you join us again next week. Until then, I'm Goldie, and that's what's happening.
You've been listening to What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith-Vigneri. What's Happening Goldie is produced at Studio G by Goldsmith-Vigneri Productions.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
pair of jeans. She looks great in cheap sunglasses. She looks great in anything. She's, I want a piece of chocolate, take me to a movie. She's, I can't find a thing to wear. Now and then she's moody. She's a Saturn with a sunroof, with her brown hair blowing. She's a soft place to land and a good feeling knowing. She's a warm conversation that I wouldn't miss for nothing. She's a fighter when she's mad, and she's a lover when she's loving, and she's everything I ever wanted and everything I need. When I talk about her, I go on and on and on, 'cause she's everything. Saturday out on the town and a church girl on Sunday. She's a cross around her neck and a cuss word 'cause it's Monday. She's a bubble bath and candles. Baby, come and kiss me. She's a one glass of wine and she's feeling kinda tipsy. She's the giver I wish I could be and the stealer of the covers. She's a picture in my wallet, my unborn children's mother. She's the hand that I'm holding when I'm on my knees and praying. She's the answer to my prayer, and she's the song that I'm playing, and she's everything I ever wanted and everything I need. When I talk about her, I go on and on and on, 'cause she's everything. I love to hear, and someday when I'm 90, she's that wooden rocking chair I want rocking right beside me. Every day that passes, I only love her more. Yeah, she's the one that I'd lay down my own life for, and she's everything I ever wanted and everything I need. She's everything to me. Yeah, she's everything to me. Everything I ever wanted and everything I need. She's everything.
Enjoy the country classics on WHBN, on AM 1420 and now on FM 99.5. This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio. I'm Rob Martier. A judge is extending the restraining order that keeps Elon Musk from accessing certain Treasury Department data. Musk and his Doge team have been attempting to get into the Treasury's payment system for weeks, which holds sensitive data like bank account information and Social Security numbers. Meanwhile, a group of 19 attorneys general have filed a lawsuit against Doge, seeking to prevent Musk from accessing the information. A judge extended the restraining order on Friday and said she'll have a more permanent ruling soon. Calls are growing for Eric Adams to resign over the Department of Justice order that corruption charges be dropped against the New York City mayor. At least 7 federal prosecutors have resigned after refusing to comply with the order. Allegations claim Adams' legal team secured a deal with the DOJ to get the case against the mayor dropped in exchange for his cooperation with the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. Vice President J.D. Vance says he and Ukrainian President Zelensky had fruitful conversations about the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. Brian Shook reports.
The two leaders met Friday at the Munich Security Conference.
Fundamentally, the goal is, as President Trump outlined it, we want the war to come to a close. We want the killing to stop, but we want to achieve a durable, lasting peace.
The president has started to push for an end to the nearly 3-year-long war between the two countries.
The NBA's best players are in San Francisco today for the All-Star Weekend. This evening features the Skills Challenge, three-point contest, and slam dunk contest. That's all followed by the All-Star Game on Sunday night. The game has a new format this season with 4 teams taking part in a mini tournament. 3 of the teams were drafted by TNT analyst Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Shaquille O'Neal. The 4th team will be the winner of the Rising Stars mini tournament. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-340-5510. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-340-5510. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-340-5510.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
A North Dakota man is facing charges after he allegedly impersonated a federal customs officer to get an inmate out of a county jail. The sheriff of Williams County says Shane Randall is being charged with impersonating officials following Tuesday's incident at the Williams County Correctional Center in Williston. Prison officials say the inmate called Randall after being told that an ICE officer was on his way to pick him up. Prison officials realized their mistake about 15 minutes after the inmate left with the impersonator when the real ICE officer arrived. Police apprehended both men without incident a short time later. A man who's made online anti-Semitic comments and New York-specific threats has reportedly been arrested at the Lincoln Tunnel. Andrew Whitman has more.
Luis Ramirez didn't have any weapons on him when NYPD and Port Authority cops stopped him Friday night as he was making his way into Manhattan.
Shots were fired at the Eagles Super Bowl victory parade. Philadelphia police say the shooting yesterday afternoon stemmed from a dispute in the porta potty line on the parade route near 23rd and Spring Garden Streets. A 27-year-old woman was shot in the left leg, and a 20-year-old woman suffered a gunshot wound to the upper thigh. Both were hospitalized in stable condition. No weapon was found. Police are investigating.
Then I awoke, and faintly bouncing round the room, the echo of whomever spoke.
Fish is the early leader in the fan vote for the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with just under 35,000 votes. Billy Idol is second with almost 25,000 votes, while Soundgarden is less than 400 votes behind in third place. The top 5 finishers in the fan vote join all of the other ballots in the official vote. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Boyle County Schools has named their new finance director. Dustin Stevenson was named the new Boyle County finance director. Stevenson comes to Boyle County from Raceland Worthington Independent Schools, where he served as the chief financial officer at Raceland for the last 9 years. While there, he helped work on House Bill 563, which helped give parents rights to choose public school districts, as well as oversee a school district at Raceland that's upgraded every school facility on campus. Kentucky State Police is teaming up with the state police agencies from 5 other states for a weekend traffic blitz this weekend. They'll work to reduce speeding, promote seatbelt usage, and remove impaired drivers from the roadways. Last year, the joint effort hosted 6 enforcement details that led to more than 8,200 seatbelt crimes, nearly 1,900 distracted driving violations, nearly 1,000 drug arrests, 740 speeding tickets, and more than 1,100 move-over violations. I'm Joe Mathis. This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
As the cornerstone of a free society, the Mercer County Public Library serves the entire community as a center that meets learning and recreational needs through quality materials and service in an atmosphere that's welcoming and respectful. The Mercer County Public Library offers a variety of free materials and services, such as books, magazines, CDs, DVDs, audiobooks, newspapers, computers with internet access, programs, and workshops. To be in the know, go to your Mercer County Public Library, West Lexington Street, open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday 9 to 5, Tuesday and Thursday 9 to 7:30.
Are you looking for a pharmacy that does more than just hand you a prescription in a paper bag? A pharmacist who knows you and your family members on a first-name basis? Thompson's Pharmacy is a family and locally owned independent pharmacy that provide exactly that every day. Thompson's Pharmacy will deliver, package your medicine, and to assist you more, they have a clinic available in the store. Open weekdays 9 till 7 and Saturdays 9 to noon. Thompson's Pharmacy in Harrodsburg, North College Street.
Winning is about forcing a turnover. Just like the Wildcats using a full-court press, our energy efficiency programs can force a turnover on high energy costs. Don't ride the bench, be a player. Visit intercountyenergy.net to find out how we can help. Saving energy and money is a slam dunk. Intercounty Energy, a Touchstone Energy cooperative.
It's 9:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall, high of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm, low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy, high of 48. Wind gust to 29.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
It's time once again for Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches and Players, live from the Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank. Jamie Dunn.
Some coaches here. Todd's back with us again. Good to see you again, sir.
It's good to be back, especially fighting that flu. That stretch was not fun at all.
Good deal. Well, I tell you what, let's. I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to let you introduce Chris if you want to.
Yeah,
go on. I'm going to try a different headset here.
Again, welcome. We're down here at the Old Bus Station. Got Coach Chris Souter here with us this morning. Good morning, Coach.
Morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing much better than I was about this time last week.
Yeah, knock on wood. It hadn't hit me. I've gotten lucky. I've missed it. So
yeah, I've talked with
say a whole lot.
Talked with several schools over the week and through work, and it's hit. I think it's hitting pretty much everywhere, and it's
right.
Type A seems to be the worst part of it this year, but and you mix that with COVID as well, so never know. So I know last week after you left here, you guys went or you had a game against Dayton, I believe.
Right. We played up in Franklin County. He had a one-day event up there.
Okay.
It was rescheduled because of snow, and we needed a game, and Dayton needed a game, so we went up there and played them Saturday afternoon.
And then that was prior to, so Izzy was sick against Bergen, right?
Yeah, Izzy had the flu. She had type A flu and missed that game and missed, when we played Dayton, I think she'd only been to school one day that week. So, she was pretty weak and missed that whole game. So, knock on wood there, too. We've been pretty fortunate. We've got one other one, Alexa Wade's sick. I'm not sure as these college coaches like to say, she's probably doubtful for today. So
the injury report.
Right, that's right.
So talk to us a little bit about the game against Dayton. So you came away with a big win there, 53-27.
Right. We got out of the gate really good, which we normally don't do. And then we just seemed to, we talked about this after the game the other night too, is like, we make a lot of turnovers and, I joke, I was joking for the Case County game and say, guys, I don't mean this bad. And I'm not making a joke, but we are wearing blue. We're wearing blue. The other team's wearing white. Blue passes to blue. And they kind of chuckled. I was like, but I'm serious. And so, but then we got in that game right there too and just made some silly turnovers. Next thing you know, it's a 7 or 8 point game in the Dayton game. And then we kind of got it fixed again and got going in enough to put some distance on them. And which it was a good win for our kids. We needed that. And because when you're struggling, it just, every loss seems to get magnified, and and I tell them every day, losing breeds problems. And so how are we going to handle this? How are we going to deal with this? And so I will give the kids credit. They come back every day, trying to learn, trying to get better. And so that was a good win.
And that's when it has to become about little wins versus wins and losses, and being able to help them understand that, with improvement, that these are wins. And so don't focus on the wins and losses, and focus on one, getting better, but then, fixing those mistakes and then making improvements.
Right. And, usually the turnovers, and it's like we were talking about this after the game the other night, is like, okay, teams aren't pressing as much. We figured out how to get the ball down the floor, but then we'll get in the half court, and it's like we're not even pressured, and we'll just throw it to the team. We panic. And so that is the youth. That's the inexperience. And, somebody might pick up their dribble and it's like, oh, no, now what do I do? So they'll just turn and throw it, versus, doing something fundamental, pivot, doing whatever to tell somebody to come and get the ball. We just panic.
And it goes back to what we talked about a few weeks ago, the speed of the game. And
right.
That youth, they don't understand what 5 seconds is, right? It sounds like a very short period of time, but when you pick a ball up, it's quite a bit of time that you've got something to do with it.
It is. And we talk about that basketball being hot, it's going to burn our hands. So, but it's, like I said, it's a work in progress, and we'll try to get one thing addressed, and then, something else seems we struggle with. And you're right, a lot of it is the speed of the game. It just won't slow down for some of them.
Yeah.
And that's what we said this offseason will be big for our kids. And I've told several of them, before you graduate, this will be the most important year that you've had because of the growth, and you'll come back and say, man, so, and learning on the fly. It's not fair, but it is where it is. It's where we're at, and we've got to deal with it. And as we're coming down the stretch, that's what we're talking about. We're playing other teams, but we're preparing for East Jessamine. That's who we're going to play. So we're talking about it already in practice. And we may start doing some things defensively against these last 4 teams we play that we're going to have to do against the East. We've asked the kids to kind of lock in, pay attention. I don't watch a ton of film with them. We'll watch more this last week. Some kids, as young as they are, they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to pay attention. They're looking at the wrong things and all those kind of things. So I've been kind of careful with that. I've got to pick and choose what I want us to do, and we need more on-court stuff. But like I said, I will give these kids credit. I'm relentless. I'm on them. Nobody gets a pass, but they keep coming back. So that's a good thing, because there'd be a lot of teams. You've only won 8 or 9 ball games. Kids would quit. We haven't had one kid quit, and they just keep coming back.
Yeah, and I know, Coach, you were talking about that I think last Saturday about some of them are asking about doing extra time in the gym individually, and I know it's kind of been a little bit of a frustrating season in terms of wins and losses, but I think more than anything, you got to like this group. Chances going forward next year, year before last, because they're willing to put in that hard work right now, and eventually I think they're going to see where it starts to pay off.
And we told them we'll find out. The kids will separate themselves this off season. The ones that want to work, we'll be able to tell.
Yeah.
And and that's what we said. We're going to roll with the ones that want to do this. And I'm more on quality than quantity. I don't have to have 25 kids in the gym. I don't.
All right.
So we told them we'll find out. And that doesn't mean you can't play other sports. We got multi-sport athletes. I want you to do that, but you can still find time. I mean, we got kids now doing softball. We got kids going to do track. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask the same thing when it's your season. Hey, if you got some time, let's get in here and let's get a 45-minute workout in. Let's those kind of things.
Yeah.
So you walk away with a win against Dayton up in Franklin County, and then run into a buzzsaw with Anderson County. A very solid team, 21-6 on the year so far this year.
Well, that was one of those games that we told them coming in. They know. I mean, that's right down the road. They know.
Yeah.
And that's one of those that we had been talking about competing. And so I even had to ask. My son said, Dad, they don't know what that means. So I asked him, I said, what does it mean to compete? And so they're giving me all these one-word things. And it's like, okay, you're on. And, so they've got a kid, Delaney, whatever her name is, that's going to Campbellsville. I mean, good player. She scored over 2,000 points. She's 8th Region Player of the Year 3 years in a row. A nice player. It's like, all right, guys, let's work on this. Let's try to contain her. Nothing easy. But you look at after the game, she had 36. I mean, just wide open shot. It's just like, pay attention to detail. I know they're better than us. That's not our point. But our kids, for some reason, that's one of the few games this year that I felt like we were crazy intimidated when it started. And I don't know why. It's not like physically they were imposing over us. They were bigger than us, but nothing, So it's just our youth in that game. They took advantage of it, which Clay does a good job there, and so it just kind of spiraled really quick. And I had a couple kids that, that I told them I'm holding you to a higher standard, and so I set them. Halfway through the second quarter, and I was like, we're too deep in. I've given you enough. You're at the end of my rope right now, end of your leash, or whatever you want to call it. So sit over here and watch, and hopefully you'll learn something. One of them kept asking me to go back in, and I just said, that's what I'm talking about. How many opportunities am I supposed to give you? I've told you things over and over and over again. You keep making the same mistakes, and it's different. And she's like, well, I'm trying. I was like, no, that's not my point. Is that, we've showed you things, and I get it. You're young. I've put you in you're in a position you don't normally play. But I can't just let you go out there. We have other kids sitting over here, and you're doing these things. And another one is like an effort thing. And I said, I'm February and I'm coaching effort. we got a problem. So have a seat. Give somebody else a chance. So at that point, I didn't worry about the score.
Right.
So sometimes, this late in the year, I don't like those kind of tough lessons. But with this young team, I've got to do it.
Yeah.
So then at Casey County, I believe it was Thursday night down there. Talk to us a little bit about that game.
Well, Casey's a lot like us with the fact that, they're struggling a little bit. Their guards are very scrappy, very aggressive. We started the game pretty good. We're at the end of the first quarter. And Coach Pigman was saying, all right, it's the end of a quarter. We actually, at the in-between quarter, we get the coach and not, all over somebody because we're turning it over, doing whatever. It's like, okay, we're right here. And one of our kids, our guards, Lex Wade, got in foul trouble. She picked up 2 quick fouls. And so we set her and we put an 8th grader in, and she was doing great. And then all of a sudden she made a turnover. And then that's usually our MO. So make a turnover, and then we made like 4 or 5 in a row. And they're disastrous turnovers because they're out front, and the other team ends up getting a wide open layup. Like you said, it's one of those panic turnovers. So when still, even that, we're down 6 at halftime. It's like, okay, guys, we're down 6. We had a terrible second quarter. So when we come out, I said, all right, we haven't, we've been working on 1-3-1. I said, let's go out and play 1-3-1 here, a couple possessions. I just want to see what it looks like. Well, I come out, one's in a 2-3, one's in man, right off the bat. So they hit a 3 off the bat, so I got to call timeout. I said, what did I say? And they just look at you. And, a couple kids on the bench said, guys, he said 13. And so it just seemed like we lose our focus after that. Next thing you know, but even with that, with 3 minutes to go in the game, we're down 9. We're on the line to cut it to 7. Our pressure was bothering a little bit. And then we just do a couple bonehead things. We get lost defensively. We're scrambling. We have a man-to-man. Sometimes we call it 4. You pass, we go trap. The other 3 got to scramble. They're just standing there, give up wide open layup. Nate, well, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear what you called. I was like, well, did you see us go trap? Yeah. So what's that mean? Oh, I got to scramble. It's like I don't have to call it.
Right.
So it's just little things that just, and when you're like that our kids just, they're just too young.
Yep.
And I'm, like I said, I'm not, you don't get a pass. So, and I tell them, I was like, well, if you're an 8th grader, you're not anymore. You're February, you're a freshman. If you're a freshman, you're not. You've had enough experience now. We've played 20-something games. That ship has sailed.
Yeah.
We got to use something else. So get better. That was a game we felt like we could win, but we just, we had one bad quarter and then didn't come out, lost focus, started the second half. We tell the kids every game, first 3 or 4 minutes of the second half, our key sets a tone, and we just didn't come out focused, and that's on me. It's just figuring out ways to. At the Anderson game, I bet I called 3 timeouts in the first minute and a half of the game, trying to get their attention, trying to, I told the ref, stay close to me. I may use all 5 here in the first 2 minutes. But it's just, like I said, it is frustrating, but I keep coming back to, I was really upset after the Casey game when I got home and talking to the coaches and, trying to figure out the direction to go and how to finish this out. And that's kind of what we decided. Hey, let's focus 100% on East Jessamine. Let's figure out how to get the regional tournament. And for these kids, and see what happens. For these kids to be able to get the regional tournament, the struggles we have would be huge for our kids.
Yeah.
All right, good deal. Let's take our first break. We'll send it back to the studio and Mr. Jason and continue on with breakfast with the basketball coaches show after this break.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
What makes Whitaker Bank uniquely Kentucky? Our mission is to provide comprehensive banking products and services for our customers and to invest in the Kentucky communities where we live. Whitaker Bank is a reliable partner, guiding you towards solid decisions for today's evolving environment and for the challenges you may face tomorrow. We are committed to building long-term relationships with our customers and the communities we serve. Whitaker Bank, uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Did you get us switched over to shelter insurance?
Actually, I found a deal online.
You did? Does your deal come with award-winning customer service?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Does the deal include a local agent?
Doesn't actually say.
Can we create a customized plan that fits our needs? Let's just call the local shelter agent.
For insurance that fits just right, find a shelter agent near you.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local shelter insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
It's 9:24.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with big deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
All right, and welcome back in. Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches Show down here at the old bus station in Harrodsburg. Best breakfast in town, Todd.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It doesn't matter what kind of weather it is. Head on down here, that's for sure. And you can drown your sorrows with some good old biscuits and gravy. And Coach Atkins just seems to like the old bus station special.
Yes, sir.
That's a consistency for him.
That's right. All right, well, Coach Atkins has got the headset on now. Welcome in, Coach. Thanks for coming and seeing us. And
it's been a while since I've been able to get over here.
Well, you've had a busy schedule and obviously got a lot of stuff going on. Both of these two coaches got games this afternoon as Mercer girls host Washington County today at home at 1:30, and the boys host George Rogers Clark at 5:30 this afternoon. So, Coach, I think just this past week, if you go back, I know it's been a busy week, but started off last Saturday against Pulaski, which is obviously one of the top-tier teams in the region, and you guys had them at home, and we didn't get to do the game that night, but I think Todd and I both watched it on the broadcast there. But a good win for you in the 12th region, and talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was a good win. You know, Pulaski, two-time defending champs in the region, and you know, they got just about everybody back, and then added a piece or two. You know, they got the big farmer kid from Wayne County when the coaching situation over there went south. And they also got the Phillips kid that's now back at Wayne County. That would have made them pretty scary in this region. But a good win for us. You know, typically, you know, we're going to judge our success on the defensive end, and I thought that was a game where we were really good defensively.
Yeah, well, that seems to be, and we talked the other night, just one of the consistencies that. Night in and night out, yeah. Your defense is one of your stronger points and the most consistent, you know, as you've played and continues to even grow as you get towards the end of the season.
It really does. And, you know, we've got some good offensive pieces, and we've built an offense. The way we play offensively, we've built it around what our specific abilities are. And one of the things we don't do consistently is make threes. We're just not a great shooting team percentage-wise. We'll have games where we'll hit 8 or 9, but you know, typically we're going to hit anywhere from 4 to 6 threes in a game. We'll take about 15 or 16 a game. But you know, people look at our scores and they say, "Why do you play so slow?" I said, "We don't play slow. We don't, you know, offensively, our efficiency is just not great. We turn it over a little bit too much. Our shooting percentages are not great, especially with distance. And, you know, defensively, we play a style where we just don't give up quick, easy shots. So, you know, that's more to attribute to the low scores than anything. But, you know, my philosophy is we're going to play against teams night in, night out that are as good and sometimes better than us offensively. So we've got to find a way to even the playing field, and that's just to be absolutely dominant on the defensive end. And right now we're doing a pretty good job of it.
And you talked the other night. The key is when you start looking at how many points you give up,
yep.
And if you can keep them around that 50-point range, that's a good indication for your defense and for your team in general. But then it starts to creep towards 60 and then 70. It's more challenging.
No question. And you know, people look at our stats sometimes or our scores, and they ask me if we press, and I'm like, nope. We sit down in the half court, you know, with man-to-man defense, and We've got 3 rules: we contain, contest, and crash. We contain the basketball, try to keep it in front of you. We start giving up penetration that pulls other defenders and give up open shots and offensive rebounding lanes for opponents. Next, we try to contest every shot. We try to have as few uncontested shots in a game as possible, and then 5 people to the glass. We try to limit you to 1 shot, and I think our first shot defense is as good as anybody's in the state. We're going to make you take a shot outside of your offense, try to force it to be somebody that's not the leading scorer or second leading scorer, and then limit you to 1. So we are not predicated on turnovers or deflections. We just don't have that type of personnel against really good teams. So we sit down in the half court, defend you hard, and once again just try to limit you to 1 shot.
I think some of the games that I've watched and done on the radio, and then also looking at your season stats, and when you're talking about just the defense, but Trevor, right around 10 rebounds a game, somewhere in there. But I think a lot of the key has been your perimeter players, whether it be Tatum or Preston, Dowdy even. I think they're up close to 5 rebounds a game, and that's really helping as they crash that board, and you're limiting teams to only 1 shot at a lot of possessions.
Yeah, no question. We're not a big team, but we're also not real small. You'll find a lot of teams like that in this region especially that are smaller than we are. But our guards, Hagan Preston is a guy we depend on to get 5-6 rebounds a game. Caleb Murray, we play. He's not really playing out of position, but he guards a 4-man for us, and he does a good job. He went through a little stretch that rebounding wise where he was getting 7 or 8 a night, for about 5-6 games, and that's important for us because typically he's guarding a 4 or a 5. And then I want to brag on Caleb a little bit. Also last year he had it was just a sophomore. He didn't play any really significant minutes as a freshman, but turnovers were a problem for him last year in a big way. I think he probably ended up with probably more turnovers than assists, and this year he's only about 4 or 5 assists off the team lead pace. I think Hagan and Andrew Tatum both have close to 80, and Caleb's right there in the low 70s right now, and he's the closest thing we've got to 2-to-1 ratio assist to turnover. So he's done a great job of protecting the basketball and not forcing things so much, and throwing it to the right guys, getting that many assists. But going back to the rebounding part, it's just Trevor's going to, we can count on him for 10 a game. He's down a little bit from last year, his rebounding, but I think like you were talking about, we're up in the 2, the 1 through 4 range, position-wise. Those guys are up in rebounding, so I don't think it's that Trevor slacked off. I just think we're helping him out a little bit more than we did last year.
Speaking of Trevor, the other night broke the school record set by Trayvon Faulkner. Previously, it was 1,103 rebounds for the career, and so with his first rebound of the first quarter, it took a while, but he ended up, I think, getting 2 or 3 there right at the end of the first quarter, but set the school record, but then had several more through the game, and we'll continue to build on that. But that's a huge feat, over 1,100 rebounds.
It's incredible. I mean, when you look at the career he's going to finish with, everybody. I was watching UK the other night play Tennessee, and they were talking about the points that Noah and Travis Perry have scored in their career, their high school careers, and but you go down through there, you just don't. There's probably not. There's several here and there, but it's difficult to score 2,000 points and get 1,000 rebounds in a career. I mean, it's just hard. It's hard to play that much early in your career to get those numbers. But Trevor's just been tremendous. His numbers, everybody looks at it and thinks that he hasn't had a good senior year. He's had a great senior year. He's 15 or 16 a game. point-wise, and around him we're better offensively. Rebounding-wise, he's at 10, which is about 2 off his pace from last year, but around him we're better. You look at Tatum, Dowdy, Murray, those guys. A guy like Jaden King, who didn't play much last year, comes in and he's good for 3-4 rebounds in the limited minutes that he plays. And then those guys rebounding wide. Hagan Preston, adding him to the mix was huge. It's not that Trevor's had a bad year. His numbers are down a little bit from last year, but I think we're tremendously better around him from last year's guys that have improved, and then the additions that we've made also.
Well, and I think it's helped him develop a more well-rounded game as well. So he's not one-dimensional.
No question. The one place I do think he is down, and I wish he would look for a few more of these, is shooting with distance, shooting from the perimeter. I think he's only hit 4 or 5 threes, whereas last year he hit in the 20s, and he's more than capable of stepping out and making threes. He does most of his business around the basket and offensive rebounding. He'll go up, he'll get 3 or 4 of those a game. So just once again, just a tremendous career that he's going to finish with, and hopefully it can end the way he wants to from a team perspective as well.
So, Coach, you beat Pulaski County at home, and then Thursday night had a visiting team from Madison Central come in. A very popular name, the Feldhouse name.
Sure.
Alan Feldhouse, the head coach there. Very intense and very fundamentally sound.
Yep.
It's always impressive to watch their teams and how fundamental they are. But that was it was a good battle. I know they were down a player, but we also didn't play our best and still walked away with a win, which was a huge feat for Thursday.
Yeah, and some of these, we're probably going to end up in a situation with district play that it's going to come down to RPI. So these late games against these good teams, if we can get a win or two against a GRC, a Ballard, an Adair County next week, that's really going to boost our RPI and make sure we get that number 1 seed in the district tournament. Madison Central, I said this after the game, if you'll remember, that's as well as we have been scouted all year. They did a tremendous job. Every time it seemed like I yelled out a play, they were yelling to their guys what we were going to do. And, they just, Feldhouse has won a state championship, just a great family of basketball players and coaches from the father on down. Played at UK. Darren, the youngest, didn't get into coaching, but got his name in the rafters in Rupp Arena as a UK player, and then Willie and Alan have got into coaching, and they have earned the right to be one of the big names in Kentucky basketball throughout the history of the high school game. But they've got Darren's youngest, Darren's son plays for Madison Central, and he's just a tremendous player. He's kind of burst onto the scene. He's a 6'7", do everything. And, Trevor got in foul trouble for us in the first half. He got in foul trouble for them in the second half, kind of even things out. But not a pretty game to watch. Not a lot of mistakes. Just neither team could really get into an offensive flow and do anything that could separate one from the other. And, we just got fortunate at the end. We made a few plays, and defensively were able to get the stops when we needed, and came out with a win on that one.
Well, again, go back to the comments you just made about nobody being able to get into to offensive flow. You got to attribute to some of that to the defense on both ends of the floor.
Absolutely. And they were physical. They were very physical with us. They didn't press us. Neither team turned it over a great deal. And just nobody could really, make the shots, when needed. That's postseason basketball. That's what a postseason, district tournament championship, a regional tournament game is going to look like. Very few, regional tournament games are going to be 85-82 or anything like that. They're going to be in the 40s. They're going to be in the 50s. 60s are probably a high-scoring, postseason game in the state. So, once again, that's probably how we're going to have to beat good teams. We're in the 40s, we got a pretty good chance. In the 50s, we're doing pretty good. Get in the 60s, it gets a little iffy, and we give up in the 70s. We're probably not going to win that game. We're not built offensively to score that much against a really good team.
All right, well, let's take a break. We'll send it back to the studio, come back, and finish up here with breakfast with the Basketball Coaches Show.
Big deals.
1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Pickup truck, sports car, motorcycle, minivan, townhouse, two-story, farmhouse, fixer-upper. What you drive and where you live is different for everyone, so it's important to have insurance that fits your needs and is just right for you. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that, which is why our agents help you design a comprehensive auto, home, and life insurance plan. Insurance that fits just right.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local Shelter Insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
Would you like to receive a free gift? Refer a friend or family member to Farmers National Bank and receive your free gift. It's simple. Visit the bank's website at fnbky.com. And when your friend opens a Farmers National Bank checking account, you receive a free gift. Stop by a Farmers National Bank office in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Liberty, Middleburg, Perryville, and Stanford. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at cometo101.com. That's cometo101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
He says, I've never missed one where he was 1 for 1. He had a 3. He said, I had a 3, Daddy took me out.
All right, welcome back. We are back here at breakfast with the Basketball Coaches Show down at the old bus station downtown Harrodsburg. Best breakfast in town. And,
good luck.
Good luck this afternoon, Coach, as Coach Souders headed off to get ready for his early afternoon game, and we were just kind of reminiscing there a little bit. Todd got GRC coming into town here today, and coached by the former head coach at Mercer for 2 years. I believe it was in 2015, 2016, and had just probably, I don't know if this is a off-the-wall statement, but probably the best team in Mercer history that year.
Yeah, I'd have to say so.
They finished 33-2 or something like that, and lost in the first round to Dunbar, but Dunbar were 1-2 throughout most of the season in the rankings, and Coach Souders' son was on that team, and your nephew Drew obviously was on that team, and Mercer had just a great season that year. It was unfortunate that they had to meet in the first round. That's the way it is.
And I jokingly made a comment, but I was serious. That was the championship game of the very first round, and I still remember sitting in the end zone watching the game, and it came down to one play there at the end, and I think Trayvon probably it looked very positive for him to score. Mercer take the lead by 1, but again, he was a freshman then.
Yeah.
And so coach called a timeout right before he went up to shoot the ball, and it just didn't play out in Mercer's favor. But Dunbar went on to win the state. And I don't think any of the games were remotely close.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Very, very unfortunate that they had to face off in the beginning of the season.
It's funny you talk about that. The state tournament draw was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people were, I think the 6th and the 7th region, both Louisville regions drew each other in the first round. And a lot of people were calling for, it's a time to start doing it from a ranking wise, seed the teams instead of blind draw, right. So you can get the favorable matchups later in the tournament. But also it takes away the underdog, the small teams, those Eastern Kentucky Class A teams, and things like that out of the equation. But it's a good debate.
It is. It's always those pros and cons. You go back to football, I remember when it was the top team from each district that went on, and then they expanded that to 4 teams, and I don't know that it'll ever go back. I will argue because they're so lopsided in that first round.
Right.
Typically,
yeah.
You rarely see it. And but it was Bourbon County that was a 4 seed that won the state championship that year.
Gotcha.
They were in our district. It was our district. It was Mercer, Lexington Catholic, Boyle County, Danville, Bourbon County, and I believe there was one more. And so there was, it was just an unbelievably stacked district. And but the 4 seed goes on, got hot and won. So it's interesting how things have changed. But then, I think you can argue if you want the best 2 teams at the end of the tournament.
Can't take the chance with the draw.
Right. It's tough.
Little parallels there. Madison Central, I was talking to Coach Feldhouse the other night before the game. He thinks they may be the last district in the state that still does a blind draw for district play.
Really?
And you've got Berea, Richmond Model, Madison Southern, and Madison Central. And Madison Central and Southern have already drawn each other, the best 2 teams. And he said that Model and Berea will never vote to change it unless it's by a statewide thing. So that's probably their only chance to get each other and have a chance. But he thinks that they're the last district in the state that draws now.
Wow.
So we talked a little bit about GRC this afternoon. Then you've got Ballard on Monday night, which is another, depending on which poll you look at, another top 20 team, I do believe. And then you got your final district game with Trinity Christian, I believe, Wednesday night.
Correct.
Boy-girl doubleheader on Thursday night with Southwestern, who, if I looked at it right, I believe they beat Pulaski last night.
Oh, did they? I did not see that.
I think I saw that right. Looked like they're starting to play some better basketball. And then obviously...
Yeah, 1 by 2, 68-66.
Yeah, that's a good win, obviously.
Yeah.
The Southwestern, if this is correct, and can't remember who I was talking to now, but it looks like they're going to get the 4 seed in their district.
Oh, wow.
McCreary Central's having a really good year, and they got the 1 seed. Somerset Christian out of nowhere, they've gotten some transfers, is the 2 seed. I think Wayne, who's hosting, is the 3. And what happened was they all beat each other, and then from a tiebreaker standpoint, Southwestern ended up with the 4 seed. So interesting. I think they're definitely a top 5 team in the region, and they're the 4 seed in their district.
Interesting. I know they got the Dumford kid, I believe, from Wayne County.
Another Wayne County transfer.
We saw him in the football last year. He's a heck of an athlete.
Yeah, they've got some really good size. They got a Hutchinson kid about 6'6" or 6'7", another post about 6'5" or 6'6", and then Dumford at 6'4", 6'5". They've got the size. I think just finding consistent guard play has been their issue so far.
Coach, talking about Trinity, and they're coming to us again.
Yes.
I know that's a reschedule due to weather and I guess conflicts as far as them hosting. Talk about the importance of that game and how that plays out with the district tournament play.
Well, obviously weather played a factor in us when we just couldn't find a common date where we could go back there. It seemed like every date we had open, they didn't. Every date they did, we didn't. And I think they play at, I want to say it's Tate's Creek Presbyterian Church. They play at a church in Lexington, and they can't play at home on Sunday nights, of course, and Wednesday nights. So that's the only date we could come up with, and he agreed that he would just come back here. And I think there was more than weather also. They've had some major injuries, and flu has hit that team really hard. They've just had everything backed up on them in their schedule. So we agreed for them to come back here. It's going to be varsity only, and the importance is, we have to win that game to tie West Jessamine after we drop that one at home. Both of us would have a 7-1 record, and then it would go to the RPI, which hopefully, here in a week we'll still have the RPI advantage and get the number 1 seed. And then for tournament play, West would play East again if that happens, if we got the number 1. And then we would sit and play the winner of Trinity Christian and Bergen in the first round after that play-in game.
So right now, looking at RPI, Mercer is sitting at .5955.
Yep.
And then West is .53. And so it's always interesting to me. And, of course, the teams you beat, their record, the strength of their schedule, it really impacts that. But it's a very complex formula to figure out.
I don't know how I'm sure there's a way they just punch it into a computer and it spits it back out for them. But you take into consideration how good the records of the teams you play compared to their records that they play, and goodness gracious, I don't know how they came up with it, but I think it does a good job. I think it definitely points in a direction of the teams that have played better schedules, because you'll go down through there and sometimes you'll find in a region a team right now that's 18-9 maybe 14th in their region RPI-wise because they've not played anybody.
Right.
And then you've got, you look at some teams maybe 15-13 at this point, barely over 500, but be a top 5 team because they've played really tough teams and played a good schedule. And, our schedule has definitely been one of the best, at least in our region. We've gone out and challenged ourselves with a lot of good teams, and we did that on purpose. I told the guys the other night we didn't just do that, say, hey, they need a game, let's go ahead and pick them up. I don't think we were necessarily ready for postseason last year based on our schedule, and this year I wanted to make sure we played some games that were closer together. So less rest time, just like you're going to get in a regional tournament. And then also I wanted to play good teams that will simulate what we're going to see in a championship game of a district or a regional tournament. And when you finish with Pulaski, Madison Central, Ballard, Adair County's mixed in there at the end, you're looking at several state tournament teams and several teams that have a really good chance of making it this year.
Yeah, obviously so. And Adair County to finish up the season. Are you doing senior night on Thursday night?
Scheduled to do it on Thursday night against Southwestern because it's a boy-girl doubleheader, and we like to do them both on one night. And if we got some contingencies if weather comes in. I think it was about a week ago forecast for some snow, but I think that's kind of gone away for now. I'm not sure where we stand with that, but we'll just play it by ear. We'll make sure.
It'll change 3 times between now and then.
Exactly.
I was just looking at Adair County. They're ranked 2nd right now in their region.
Yep.
So
right behind Greene County, probably.
Yep.
Yeah. Greene County's having a heck of a year. If I'm not mistaken, there's another former Mercer two Mercer assistants right there. Jordan Gilbert is the head coach at Greene County. I think he was here for a couple of years. And then not Fudge, that's the old coach there, Darren Breeze. I think might have been here under, I'm not sure if it was Cook or Britt, but that Coach Breeze was here. And 2 guys, Breeze went to the state tournament, won a game last year with Adair County, and they got everybody back. You want to see a team that's hard to guard, wait till next Friday night. They'll put 5 guys on the floor that can all shoot it with deep range, and then they'll bring 2 off the bench that will shoot it with deep range. Just really, really hard to guard, and that's going to be fun to watch that 5th region and see who comes out there between them and Greene, Adair, and probably LaRue County.
Gotcha. So this last week, obviously tough schedule, and we heard Coach Souder. He was kind of talking, what he's looking for in terms of getting prepared to, play East Jessamine in the district. And you're outside of today's game with Clark County, who you said is going to press a whole lot. How do you prepare for? And I noticed the other night it seemed like Madison Central, you said, scouted really, really well.
Yep.
And I'm starting to see teams really try to do more things against Trevor inside.
Yep.
And it seemed like the other night you had some answers for that with some other players. Preston obviously stepped up, was able to penetrate, get to the rim a couple of times, but you've got to, I guess, obviously continue working on options 2, 3, and 4, right?
Yeah, I'm not. We said this the other night. I'm not sure that the key to our team right now might be Jackson Dowdy.
Right.
Jackson makes a couple shots early and is consistent with his shooting, which his percentage has continued to climb at this point. But he makes some shots. It really changes everything. It changes where you can bring double teams. Hagen's been shooting the ball better. Andrew's been shooting the ball better. And, those are keys. Caleb, I think Caleb kind of feeds off of, kind of everybody else. There's going to be games I think Caleb gives you 15 or 16. There's going to be games he only scores 7 or 8. But the hard part for Caleb is the fact that we depend on him to be our very best defender.
Right.
Typically, if it's not a true just low post guy, then he's going to guard the other team's best player. And you can't tell me he's not one of the better defenders in this region. But it comes down to making shots. It really does. I think, if Andrew, Jackson, and Hagen step up and make some shots, then you have to just kind of play Trevor one-on-one, and that's when he's able to get his. But that's where offensive rebounding, a lot of things come into play there. But, if I go into a game against us, my number one priority is to make sure you take away number 24, and that's Trevor. And after that, we just kind of match to the 3 and see what you can do. I think most teams, though, are going to look at us right now and say, okay, yeah, they're not going to score probably enough to run away from you, so how are we going to score against them? How do we get into the 50s, 60s, 70s?
Yeah.
GRC is going to do that by pressing. They're going to create as many possessions through their pressure as possible. And we've got to, I told our guys, beating their press is only half the equation. The other half is getting to the half court with it and then making good decisions there, not just jacking up a shot that creates tempo for them going that way, whether you make it or miss it. So their pressure is not just full court, get a steal and score. It's force you into doing something quick that's outside of your offense. And we're going to have to, think a little bit tonight rather than just play.
Gotcha. Yep.
So, what do you think the key is tonight? Again, 5:30 against GRC. What do you think that
I gave our guys
key is?
3 keys. Number 1, guard athleticism. You got to guard athleticism. Number 2 is beat the pressure full court. Number 3, get into the half court and get into a set play where we've got floor balance and we can transition defensively out of that.
Good deal. Hey, best of luck tonight.
Appreciate
Coach.
it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming in
Yes, sir.
and visiting with us this morning. Great time as always, Todd, down here at the old bus station in Harrisburg.
Yeah, it's picked up quite a bit since we came in.
Yeah, absolutely. Good
people
deal.
are starting to fare the weather.
All right, Jason, we'll wrap it up. You've been listening to Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches Show at the old bus station. Everybody have a great Saturday.
You've been listening to Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches and Players live at the Old Bus Station Restaurant. It's brought to you by The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net, the Old Bus Station Restaurant, 101 Business Solutions, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, and Farmers National Bank. Join us again that same time next week for Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches every Saturday morning from 9 till 10 live at the Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street on AM 1420, 99 99.5 FM WHBN and streamed on the World Wide Web at hometownlive.net. WHBN Harrodsburg The Rooster has been your community voice since 1955. It's 10 o'clock, time for the news.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio. I'm Rob Martier. The last American hostage held prisoner by Hamas was among 3 prisoners released today as part of the Gaza ceasefire deal. Israel Defense Forces said in a statement the 3 will undergo medical assessment and be reunited with members of their families. The 36-year-old Israeli-American and 2 others appeared pale and thin during today's transfer. In exchange, Israel said it's releasing nearly 370 Palestinian prisoners in the 6th swap since the ceasefire took effect on January 19th. Ukraine's president says it would be very difficult for his country to survive without U.S. military support.
Of course, in all the difficult situations, you have a chance, but we will have a low chance to survive without support of the United States.
Zelensky told NBC's Meet the Press he doesn't want to think about not being strategic partners with the U.S. President Trump spoke with Zelensky and Russian President Putin this week as he pushes to end the nearly 3-year-long Russia-Ukraine war. Zelensky says Putin only wants to negotiate for a ceasefire deal, which would lift some sanctions and allow Russia's military to regroup. The Vatican says Pope Francis is in fair condition with a respiratory tract infection. The 88-year-old pontiff was admitted to a hospital in Rome Friday for what the Vatican said was treatment for bronchitis and diagnostic testing. They said the Pope has canceled his meetings for the next 3 days. Yesterday's development is just the latest in a years-long string of concerns over the health of the leader of the world's 1.3 billion Catholics. The IRS is reportedly set to lay off thousands of employees during their busiest time of the year. Multiple media outlets cite sources saying the IRS will be letting go of probationary workers as early as next week. Treasury IRS would limit changes until after the tax season ends in April. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
Attention men, here's a great way to have more fun in bed and save money. If you want to take something like Viagra, they can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Yes, $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men to improve their performance and confidence. You'll love them. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get 50 or more for around $100. You'll save hundreds of dollars off retail prices. That's enough to buy your date a nice dinner. Don't pay expensive prices for Viagra. Call now, order 50 or more of our blue pills, and pay as little as $2 a pill and save hundreds of dollars. Call anytime for confidential shipping.
Call 800-830-0715. That's 800-830-0715. Again, 800-830-0715. OpenAI is rejecting Elon Musk's $97 billion bid to take control of the company. Musk offered to buy the nonprofit this week, although his bid was quickly dismissed by OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. On Friday, the tech company's board of directors unanimously rejected the offer as well, saying they won't give in to Musk's latest attempt to disrupt his competition. Travis Kelce has been given 30 days to let the Kansas City Chiefs know if he's retiring. The Chiefs reportedly gave the star tight end a March 14th deadline to make a decision on retirement. Kelce spoke about it during the podcast with his brother, Jason Kelce's New Heights podcast on Wednesday, and said he isn't making any crazy decisions about his retirement. Monday is President's Day. Read tennis with what you will most likely be doing.
The National Retail Federation says around 100 million people are expected to shop this President's Day weekend. Not as many shoppers as Black Friday, but there are deep discounts on products to get you off the couch and into a store. Retail Me Not says big-ticket items will be the deal. Think large appliances, mattresses, and cars. But the day actually celebrates George Washington and Abraham Lincoln.
At least 1 in 5 American women over the age of 50 have osteoporosis, but many don't know it. Updated guidelines from the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force recommend women 65 and older to have a bone density scan to screen for the bone disease. Osteoporosis is often described as a silent disease because there are few, if any, symptoms until someone fractures a bone, usually in the hip, wrist, or spine. Women who have gone through menopause are at highest risk of bone loss, although it can also affect men. Fish is the early leader in the fan vote for the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with just under 35,000 votes. Billy Idol is second with almost 25,000 votes, while Soundgarden is less than 400 votes behind in third place. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Boyle County Schools has named their new finance director. Dustin Stevenson was named the new Boyle County finance director. Stevenson comes to Boyle County from Raceland-Worthington Independent Schools, where he served as the chief financial officer at Raceland for the last 9 years. While there, he helped work on House Bill 563, which helped give parents rights to choose public school districts, as well as oversee a school district at Raceland that's upgraded every school facility on campus. Kentucky State Police is teaming up with the state police agencies from 5 other states for a weekend traffic blitz this weekend. They'll work to reduce speeding, promote seatbelt usage, and remove impaired drivers from the roadways. Last year, the joint effort hosted 6 enforcement details that led to more than 8,200 seatbelt crimes, nearly 1,900 distracted driving violations, nearly 1,000 drug arrests, 740 speeding tickets, and more than 1,100 move-over violations. I'm Joe Mathis.
Hi, this is Caraway and Adeline at Mattresses and More next door to Ace Hardware in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, come check out our tax refund sale. New merchandise arriving weekly and we sell off the floor. Get up to 35% off. We offer layaway and 12 months same as cash with approved credit. Come see Aunt Nana. You'll be glad you did.
Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
Are you considering a new home purchase or maybe a remodel? Are you looking for a stable partner you can trust to help you understand your options? This is Jason Tyler. I'm a loan officer at Whitaker Bank in Harrodsburg. As part of your community, I'm here to help you understand the best options for you today and in the future. Give me a call at 859-734-3316 and let me show you what Uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank is Uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Harrisburg Tire and Automotive is a full-service auto center providing a wide range of tire and auto care services. They provide customers with tires of all brands and sizes. Harrisburg Tire and Automotive can accommodate vehicles from small cars to dually trucks. They offer a lot of auto maintenance services, including brakes, front-end work, alignments, engine repairs, computer diagnostics, tune-ups, oil changes, and so much more. North College Street next to Napa. Give them a call, 734-4563, 734-4563 for Harrisburg Tire.
Tired of the typical dental dread? Step into Dr. Jennifer Nichols' office on North College Street, where every smile starts with comfort and care. Our friendly atmosphere and professional staff ensure you feel at ease from the moment you walk in. Experience a blend of gentleness and expertise that promises the best dental care for your family. Ready to transform your dental experience? Call us for an appointment at 734-5111. With Dr. Nichols, see just how different a dental visit can be.
It's 10:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall, high of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm, low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy, high of 48. Wind gust to 29.
It's 34 degrees. The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Harrod Trust and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Personal Effects of the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson, your host, the guy that's leading you through the world of antiques, collectibles, decorative arts, and sometimes even plain junk. Excited to have one of my favorite sidekicks here in the studio with me, none other than Jim Tanner. How you doing, Jim?
Hey, Jerry. Glad to be here.
I'm glad to have you back in here again. It's been a while since we've been here in the studio.
Yes, it has.
What do you want to talk about this time?
Well, I thought we might talk about vintage instruments.
That's always
vintage
good.
Musical instruments so far. And the reason is, it's a couple of reasons. One is that they're highly collectible. And a few years back, they sort of reached a peak, and they've fallen off a little, but they're still highly collectible. And really good vintage instruments demand a premium today.
Yep.
The other thing is all this talk about Alzheimer's and everything. They're always talking about doing something new and learning something. One of the things that they recommend is learn to play a musical instrument.
Yep.
And that's always a good thing to do because you can have fun with it. It's portable. A lot of these things you can carry around with you and have a great time.
Yep, and it doesn't have to be a piano. It can be even a harmonica.
It can be a harmonica. It can be anything.
It can be a mouth harp. It could be just anything. I mean, it could be a banjo, a fiddle. I mean, just about anything. But you're right about the vintage things because vintage is red hot. I mean, people love the vintage, whether it's a Les Paul or whether it's a Stradivarius. When you get a top quality maker coupled with age and and it's highly collectible, people go crazy over it.
Yes,
they love it.
Well, you mentioned a Les Paul, and that's an electrical instrument. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But if you consider that a banjo, not really a banjo, but a guitar,
a
fiddle, a mandolin, cello, these kind of things are basically lacquer boxes.
Yeah.
And over time, the lacquer hardens, the wood dries out, and the thing learns to vibrate. And so they vibrate, and the more they vibrate, the better they sound. So over time, you start to get a really good sounding instrument, and that's why vintage instruments are so popular.
I really didn't pay attention to that until I read a really amazing article on Stradivarius violins and other Italian violins. That there are, I guess if you're so used to it, but there are musicians that can tell, they're playing, Bertha, they're playing, Fitz or whatever. Each violin, these are multi-million-dollar violins, but each one has a name.
Yes.
And and they can tell by the tone because they've aged and they've matured in different ways. I would assume with the Stradivarius, they're all going to sound pretty great. But I was really surprised at that.
Yes. Well, there was a guy in Texas some years back when I was at the National Bureau of Standards. There was the Juilliard String Quartet came in. And, of course, they always play these incredibly expensive vintage instruments, the Stradivarius and everything. And this instrument maker in Texas had made them all new instruments. And his theory was that Stradivarius' secret was that he used wood which had been soaked in water containing gold. And so he made new instruments that sounded really, really good, but they were made with this wood soaked in gold. And the first half of the show, they played these new instruments. And of course, they sounded terrific. The second half of the show, they played their old instruments, and it was terrific too. And there's two things you learned from this. One is that a very good made, well-made instrument is going to sound good in the hands of somebody who can really play it.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I guess if you had a kazoo and you give it to a Mozart, they're going to be able to do something really amazing with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's true. But don't you think that with it just depends on the atmosphere that these instruments are kept in, that they just have a different kind of tone to them through all these years?
Well, that's part of it, and the fact that they've been played over and over and over and over again, because if you put a wooden instrument up, like a guitar or something like that, and you don't play it, it doesn't vibrate for a little while. It's what they call, it loses its voice.
Ooh, that's pretty.
It doesn't have the same sound when you pull it out and start playing it again.
So in other words, it gets lazy.
It gets lazy. Yes.
Now that's pretty cool.
Has lazy vibrations.
I never thought that. So guitars will also do like the coveted violins.
Yes. Yes. They'll all kind of lose their voice. It doesn't go away. It's just not as good as if they had continually kept playing these things.
Because that's one thing that always surprised me, that you could have a musician and they could have their favorite instrument and someone else would play it and they'd say, "That's not mine." "Oh, that's mine." And they know, just like the voice of the bark of a dog or the cry of a child. They know what their instrument sounds like.
That's right. there's an old trick to breaking in a new instrument. You know, when you've got a brand new guitar and it hasn't vibrated very much and everything, is you sit it in front of the speakers of your stereo, so that when the sound comes out, it vibrates the instrument and keeps it vibrating, and it breaks it in faster.
Now, that's kind of cool.
The sound comes to be better and better, quicker.
Yeah, that's kind of neat.
Yes.
That's really neat. I'll give a little plug out here for people who like particularly vintage violins. There's a really cool movie out there called The Red Violin. Samuel L. Jackson's in it. It's an amazing movie. I think you can get it streaming on any number of movie sites. Good movie. Okay. Really a good movie, and it's all about the history from day one till present time of one instrument. And, you know, if you're in the antique business, you'd love to know the history of where all your things have been, and you might be surprised where a lot of them have been.
Yes. Yeah, I think you would be.
I think you definitely would be, particularly with musical instruments.
Now, I am more familiar with guitars and banjos. Now, banjos is a different thing. Banjos are sort of out of the box, ready to go.
Yeah.
But the old instruments, pre-World War II, we've had so many wars, pre-war doesn't really mean a lot unless
Which
you
war?
specify.
Yeah, which war was that?
But banjos, they think that the first banjos, you know, were just wooden rims with something over the top of it, and then they got a little more sophisticated and a little bit metal around the inside with wood inside. And then in the late teens, the 20s and the 30s was kind of like the golden age of making banjos, and they made banjos which had these incredible tone rings, and each company had a different type of tone ring in it, and which gave it a little bit different sound. Gibson and Vanguard, the two makers that were probably the most popular, but also Paramount and Whiting and Washburn, you know, they all made banjos. And that they think that they've tried to take these apart and analyze them. They think that the metal composition was a little bit different then than what it is today.
I bet it is.
Yes.
I bet it is.
But all these instruments, you know, the more ornate that they are, you know, the more pearl that you have in them and everything, that ups the scale on collectability.
Yeah.
And also the scarceness of it. You know, the old Gibson 5-string banjos, they only made a very few in the 20s and 30s because the big thing then was a tenor banjo. And that was used they used a big group of tenor banjo players in the big orchestras as the rhythm section for the orchestras. They would just sit there and chop. That was the rhythm because they could get that sound out. They developed the heavier tone ring and the resonator to get that sound out for the big band.
And I think we need to remind our listeners too that, you know, much like the rocking chair and a few other things, you know, the banjo is a uniquely American invention.
There are many similar instruments in other countries. You know, it's considered an African instrument to start with, but that was on a gourd, you know, and the Japanese have a similar instrument and everything. But when you start to look at it, it was really developed into its state here in the United States. And you know, whether it had its origins in Africa or not is immaterial. It developed into the instrument that we think of today here in the U.S. And there's two things that really go together. You mentioned the rocking chair.
Yep.
A banjo and a rocking chair are uniquely American.
And a front porch, yeah.
And a front porch.
They got it on the front porch. It didn't have to necessarily be bluegrass music either. I mean, it can be any number of different things. But, yeah, you need that combination of those three. That'd be perfect.
Well, they had family bands back then, you know, and people would buy
Jim,
things.
Families were musical.
Yes.
I mean, families were musical. I mean,
Carter family.
We're so lazy anymore that, I mean, we're used to, you know, iPods and TV and, you know, radios. And, you know, I mean, that's your source of entertainment, of course, TV.
Yeah.
But, I mean, back then you didn't have those things. And radios, you know, either weren't invented or were expensive. And, you know, after the dishes were done and the work was done, you know, you sat down, you played.
Yes, they played on the front porch.
Yeah.
People came by with their instruments and joined in. It was a great time.
And it really made a stronger community. I mean, even if you were out in the country, you had people that would stop by. You know, it could be, you know, later on, you know, after supper. And, you know, they would stop by and they would sing, they would play. I mean, there would be, I mean, you would have almost whole orchestras going on at some time or another. I mean, you know, someone would play the piano and someone would play the guitar, the banjo, or, you know, someone would, you know.
The juice harp or the
anything.
or anything. You're right.
And I mean, you had your own,
stand up jug,
pseudo kind of
bass with the wash tub.
Yep. And a lot of instruments, we often forget this, but a lot of instruments can tend to be very folky. And we say folk, or as in folk art, it's because if you couldn't afford one, you could replicate it and you could try to make one yourself. And and collectors like that too.
A dobro is a guitar with a cone in the center of it. It's a resophonic guitar.
Okay.
And I used to go, when we lived in the D.C. area, I used to go to the Red Fox on Thursday night to watch the Seldom Seen, which was my favorite all-time bluegrass band. Well, John Duffy was known as a jokester one time, and the lead singer was a doctor there. He was ear, nose, and wallet, as Duffy used to say. He came in one night with a bedpan that he had put a resophonic cone into and a neck on it and made a dobro and played it there on the stage.
And how did it sound?
A little tinny, but it sounded terrific.
A little tinny there, but not too bad. Too bad.
As your statement, you can make one out of anything. You can make one out of anything. Cigar box guitars are, from the folk era are you see those every once in a while.
You see those.
Mm-hmm.
They're out there.
And the Foxfire book gives instructions on how to make a banjo.
Yeah, they show you how to make it.
Yes, from a possum skin.
Yeah.
As a hide.
Yeah, that's going way back to the old days. That's really going green there when you have to catch your own possum and skin it. Yeah, that's
supposed to be the ideal banjo head, but today they have all the plastic heads for banjos,
So they really used to say that possum was a preferred
that
head?
was their preferred head then, but they used calf skin and everything later on because it was more easily attainable than a possum.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit bigger too.
But they're not really used that much anymore because you tighten them down, and they say tighten them down until you hear a crack, and then back off a quarter of an inch.
Yeah, and then it's too late.
Yes, and they change with humidity. Every time the humidity went up, your sound went to mush, and then you have to tighten it back up, and if you forgot, crack, there goes your head.
Yeah, that's not good. Hey, Jim, we need to thank our sponsors. Do you want to hang around with us for a few more minutes?
Sure.
Hey everyone, we're doing personal effects right now. We're talking all about vintage instruments, so y'all hang in there and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Get your copy of James Hurd Trust's The Men of Mercer County today. The book is a compilation of stories about men who have lived in Mercer County, written by the people who loved them. The stories are rich in the history and heritage of the community and the people who have lived there. Available at J. Sampson's Antiques and Books, Beaumont Inn, and the Harrodsburg Herald, it sells for $35. Only 450 copies were printed, so get yours today before they're all gone.
Hi, it's Daryl, the cigar sommelier and owner of Smokin' Bourbon. I know you guys have been waiting, but the wait is over. We are now open for business. So come on down to Smokin' Bourbon, where you can smoke, sip, and chill.
Central Kentucky's newest cigar bar in Danville by the bowling alley in the Greenleaf Shopping Center. This big boss atmosphere is veteran-owned with connoisseur quality cigars and bourbon, creating a social destination. For more information, go to smoke-in-bourbon.com.
Now open.
Most unhappy collectors collect things that they don't like because they hope that one day it'll be worth a lot of money. J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals will let you know what you've got and really what it's worth. Don't worry about what someone else collects. Collect what you love, and one day if it's worth a lot of money, that's great. If not, you still have something that makes you happy. Visit J. Sampson Antiques, Books, and Appraisals next to Lawson's Jewelry, Main Street in Harrodsburg. They're open Monday through Saturday 10 to 5, Sunday 1:30 to 5, and closed on Wednesday. That's J. Sampson Antiques, Books, and Appraisals.
Kentucky has one of the most expansive state park systems in the nation. For decades, the parks have been bringing people together for family reunions, fishing, hiking, and a wealth of other activities. What's your favorite memory of a Kentucky state park? Unfortunately, it takes more than governmental support to keep the parks vibrant. The Kentucky State Parks Foundation raises money to create educational programs for elementary school kids to connect them with nature, handicapable hiking trails, and the preservation of historical artifacts. Make a tax-deductible donation online at KentuckyStateParksFoundation.org.
This is Steve Bertram. Join me weekday mornings for the latest sports scores and news on the Hometown Radio Network, WHIR FM and AM, WHBN FM and AM, Z105 WRNZ FM, and online at hometownlive.net. Stay tuned to Hometown Radio stations for live coverage of local games, UK games, and NASCAR racing. It's all on the Hometown Radio Network, your place to go for sports news and live broadcasts.
It's 10:25.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall, high of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm, low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy, high of 48. Wind gust to 29.
It's 46 degrees.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Personal Effects. I'm Jerry Sampson here in the studio with Jim Tanner. We're talking all about vintage instruments, musical instruments, that is. Jim, what else can we talk about with vintage instruments?
Well, you made a reference earlier on to a Les Paul. A Les Paul is a electronic guitar. Yeah. There's no vibration to it. I mean, they come out of the box. But the old original Les Pauls and everything from the 50s and everything are highly collected today. And part of it is because of the pickups and the amplifiers, the old tube amplifiers that they used and everything. They could just make them scream and holler and do anything that they wanted to do. So those rock bands and heavy metal bands, they could do anything they wanted electronically.
Yeah.
And they're very, very expensive when you find an all-original one.
Yeah.
And everything. There's been books written on the old Les Pauls and everything. And they made some combination acoustical electronic guitars where it was a hollow body, so it would actually sound like an acoustic guitar if you played it, but you could also plug it in and turn the amps up, and it would be electronic guitar.
I never knew they did both.
Yeah, they and a lot of guitar. One of the guitars I played today has a pickup underneath the bridge, and so when I play with the band, I use that guitar because I can just plug it in and not have to stand up close to the microphone.
Now that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it sure helps, but if it's a really good acoustical guitar, these little add-ons are really more convenient than anything. It's like
these are kind of the equivalent of chrome bumpers or or a gilded figure on your hood. I mean, these are the really the things you had to pay the extra money for that were really nice. And you had to pay a little bit more extra to get them on there. The special features.
Right, but the all electric guitars like the Les Paul and everything are the ones that are really highly sought after and highly collected and everything.
And you definitely said something that was there that's really important is condition makes a huge difference.
Right.
And if anyone's watched this on, Antiques Roadshow or any other number of shows like that, condition is paramount.
Now that doesn't mean that it has to be pristine.
No, and it didn't mean that it didn't have any value. But when you're talking those record-breaking, $10, $15, $25, $30,000, guitars and pieces like that, yeah.
But if you got a guitar that's 50 years old, it needs to look like it's been played.
Yeah.
And in order to do, and it's going to have some wear.
Yeah.
And everything. If they bought it and just put it in a box and put it under the bed, if it's an acoustical guitar, well, it might as well be a new guitar.
Yeah.
But if it's an electric guitar, well, that's fantastic.
Yeah. and that appeals to some people.
Yes.
Some people, surprisingly, they want things that have never been touched, that have never been played. I like the kind of the philosophy that teddy bear collectors have. Teddy bear collectors like teddy bears to be used.
Yeah.
They don't want them wore out. They don't want them to be pristine. They want them to be, shown that they've been loved, they've been carried, they've been used. They want those little signs of a patina.
Mm-hmm.
They want that extra little touch that it's lived, that it's been there, and that's the way people, I would assume, that they are with their guitars.
Well, take a look at one of the guitars that's played today. They look like they've been played.
Yeah.
From these people that that they played them every day on every show and everything, and it's got wear on it, but
especially
it's a good guitar.
They've also talked too, especially with country and western musicians, of course, big belt buckles. And they said that you can always see, belt buckles, zippers, that's all there in the front. And I mean, they just, the back of them just gets, shredded over it.
Levi's are the worst for this because they have those little rivets with a little thing that sticks out. And you can always tell somebody that wears Levi's and plays a guitar because it's just eat up on the back.
Yep, you can always tell. Well, Jenny, we said about condition. How do people take care of their instruments once they have them?
Well, they keep them, in a fairly not dry, but, they're not real humid. They're not real dry condition. They keep them in a case when they're not playing them. And they, polish them, clean them on a regular basis, put new strings on them, put a little oil on the fretboard every once in a while to sort of keep it from cracking. And basically just take care of it like you would any piece of furniture or anything.
And like I advise people in regards to books and paper things, they like to live where you like to live.
Yes.
If you don't like to live in your basement or up in your attic when it's July, there's a good chance that your books or your guitar is not going to be happy living there either.
That's right. And you don't want to get something really humid.
No.
You don't want to dry it out completely either, too, because it'll crack.
It's just
so, condition means you're not having any cracks and chips and gouges in the instrument.
And I assume that there are restoration experts that are out there that if you've got a vintage instrument that you can have some restoration work done.
There are, but the thing you don't want to do is refinish it. If you refinish, this is not true for a banjo. This is true for a guitar or something. But if you refinish it, the value goes to half.
Ooh, it sounds like a piece of furniture.
Well, it's a new guitar.
Yeah.
Then. And you have to start all over with the vibrations, the aging process, and everything. It's just a totally new guitar.
That's neat. I never thought that before.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought that.
I get a price guide for guitars every year, and my 2014 just came the other day, and I'm amazed at how prices go up every year.
Yeah. For good quality things, for the blue chip stuff. I mean, if it's not stuff that you bought out of a Montgomery Ward's catalog, the better stuff, there's a good market for it.
Well, Martin and Gibson guitars, they hold their price and go up every year. I'm just totally amazed at how much they go up. Things that I bought years ago, I'm amazed at how much they are today.
Now, both of those companies are still in business, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Martin, they're all handmade in Pennsylvania, and Gibson used to make them in Nashville, but they're out in Utah now. I think is where they're making a lot of their instruments since they got flooded in Nashville.
Yeah, that was pretty bad when they lost that down there in Nashville.
Yeah, I bet they lost a lot of instruments in that.
I have a lot of inventory.
Mm-hmm. I used to go to that store. I loved to go to that store.
I bet that was amazing.
They had all these instruments up, and you just go in there and sit and play them and everything.
And you said something else too. You said you had a price guide on, was it on banjos and guitars?
Yes.
And there's with just about any kind of musical instrument, there's going to be a very niche oriented price guide or website or blog or or catalog auctions. Auctions are really big. There are auctions houses out there that specialize in nothing but musical instruments or even guitars or rock and roll pieces. So I mean, it's very specialized. So if you look around, you've got a real passion about something, get out there and look around because there's liable to find you can find some support or find something that's interesting in your field.
I get notice from Bronx down in Asheville, North Carolina, every once in a while, and every once in a while they'll have part of their auction devoted to a lot of guitars and sometimes banjos and everything, mostly guitars.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And but then there are places out like in California and everything, they'll have an whole auction of nothing but vintage instruments.
Yeah.
Just like vintage cars.
And there are some collectors out there that like instruments that are really rare. I mean, something that's no longer in production, or that's the favor has fallen out of style now. And I mean, they like these strange xylophone / guitar / dulcimer type things. I mean, they really go for these Dr. Seuss looking kind of instruments.
Yeah.
And and they like that. Regardless of whatever it is that you like, I guarantee there's something out there that you can find in your pocketbook range.
There's always somebody out looking for the unusual and the strange.
Yep. That's always what they want.
There's always a market for it.
Well, Jim, I appreciate you coming in today.
Thanks, Jerry. I certainly enjoyed it.
I promise I'll have you back on here again. We've been talking all about vintage instruments today with Mr. Jim Tanner. So I do appreciate everyone coming in and listening to me this morning. If you need me, you know where to find me. I'm right there at J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals, right there on Main Street in Harrodsburg, 107 South Main Street. Give me a phone call, 859-734-7829. Find me on Facebook. I'm always putting things on about the store, about auctions, about different unique things that have come up on the market. Find me under Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals. I love to do that. Y'all stay safe, and until next time, y'all take it easy.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Herod Trust and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Here's the score of the Kentucky News Network. I'm Gus Allen. Plenty of quality college basketball on tap today, starting with the Kentucky Wildcats facing the Texas Longhorns tonight in Austin. With a number of injuries to key players, Kentucky coach Mark Pope says his three freshmen of Trent Noah, Travis Perry, and Colin Chandler are accepting roles where they're needed.
Those three guys, it's just time for them to step up and be great, and we're relying heavily on them, and that's what they want, and it's what we want, and it's awesome. So I have a lot of confidence in those guys, and it's just time for us to be better. I thought all three of them were spectacular on Saturday, and we expect her on Tuesday, or what day is it? Someday. And we expect them to be great this weekend also.
Pope also gave an update on guards Lamont Butler and Jackson Robinson, saying injuries to both players are complicated, and adding they hope to get some clarity on both in the next couple of weeks. He did not disclose when they would return to play. Kentucky and Texas battle at 8 p.m. tonight. Other big games on the hardwood today, a good one in Bowling Green with the 100 Miles of Hate rivalry between Western Kentucky and Middle Tennessee. That game tips off at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Louisville Cardinals are off today. They'll travel to South Bend tomorrow for a Sunday night game against Notre Dame. Top 25 action, it's strong this afternoon. Lots of in-state rivalry matchups with a monster showdown in the South. It sounds like a classic football matchup. Number 1, Auburn goes to number 2, Alabama at 4 p.m. Number 19, Ole Miss welcomes in-state rival number 22, Mississippi State at 6 o'clock. And number 5, Tennessee battles Vanderbilt in Knoxville at 1 p.m. Also on tap today, number 7, Purdue welcomes in number 16, Wisconsin at 1 o'clock. Number 6, Houston travels to number 13, Arizona at 2 this afternoon. This is the opening weekend of NASCAR, and tomorrow is the 67th running of the Great American Race. On the pole for the Daytona 500 is Chase Briscoe. The race will have a 41st driver for 2025 with 4-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves, who makes his NASCAR debut. I'm Gus Allen, KNN Sports.
This is the Kentucky News.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
Country music superstar Blake Shelton presents Friends and Heroes 2025. One legendary night of country music that you won't want to miss. Blake Shelton. Live at Rupp Arena February 27th. Featuring special appearances by Craig Morgan. Dina Carter. And Trace Adkins. With special guest Emily Ann Roberts. Rupp Arena February 27th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Blake Shelton, Friends and Heroes 2025. Featuring special appearances by Craig Morgan, Dina Carter, and Trace Adkins. With special guest Emily Ann Roberts. Produced by Messina Touring Group and AEG Presents.
Now available at Farmers National Bank, free checking and a free gift. Simply open a new Farmers National Bank personal or business checking account and receive a free gift. Minimum required deposit is only $50. We make the process fast and easy. Call 866-888-0220 or stop into one of our 12 convenient locations. Farmers National Bank, with locations in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Perryville, Stanford, Liberty, and Middleburg. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Dreams come true at Diana's Treasure Chest. At Diana's Treasure Chest, we have everything you could dream of, and all at a price you'll fall head over heels for. Whether it's vintage or antiques, new and slightly used items, collectibles, or anything else, we've got it all. And we're family owned and operated, so your money stays local. Diana's Treasure Chest, where dreams become a reality.
That's Diana's Treasure Chest, 1187 Alton Road, Suite 4, Lawrenceburg.
Hi, this is Caraway and Adeline at Mattresses and More next door to Ace Hardware in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, come check out our tax refund sale. New merchandise arriving weekly and we sell off the floor. Get up to 35% off. We offer layaway and 12 months same as cash with approved credit. Come see Aunt Nana. You'll be glad you did.
Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
Dunn's Barbecue, offering chicken wings. You asked for them, we got them. Barbecue, buffalo, Creole Parmesan, breaded or naked, as well as our famous pulled pork barbecue, brisket, grilled chicken, ribs, homemade sides, located in Harrisburg at 726 Cane Run. So call 734-3675 for your free delivery to Danville, Harrisburg, or Bergen. Dunn's Barbecue is open Tuesday through Saturday, located on Cane Run in Harrisburg, and for free delivery, takeout, and dine-in.
Darling, I bought you a new vacuum cleaner from the WHBN swap shop. You know, you plug them in and they pick up dust and dirt.
Good, because I bought you a chainsaw from the swap shop. It cuts the dead trees out back.
Well, I bought you a new iron from the swap shop. Don't touch the hot side.
Hey, here's the new power drill from the swap shop. Honey, you hold the part that doesn't spin.
Well, here's the new washer from the swap shop. Be careful you don't fall in and get wet.
Advertise for free on WHBN Swap Shop at 734-4321. Monday through Friday, 9:30 and 3 o'clock here on the Rooster, 1420 WHBN.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
The CDC is reporting there are now confirmed measles outbreaks in at least 5 states. That includes New York, Texas, Georgia, Rhode Island, and Alaska. The CDC says the cases are mainly among those who are unvaccinated. At least 9 children in Texas alone have been hospitalized. A new blood test has been developed to detect pancreatic cancer with 85% accuracy. Early detection is key to treating pancreatic cancer. Current tests require large amounts of blood, but this test uses less blood, takes 45 minutes to conduct, and costs less than a penny per sample. The research was done at OHSU Knight Cancer Institute's Cancer Early Detection Advanced Research Center. North Carolina lawmakers are getting ready to take up a measure that would potentially impact half the residents in the state. It would prevent the expansion of a list of procedures that health insurance companies are required to pay. The state currently has 58 mandates for medical coverage, including ER visits and mental health care. For a procedure to be added to the list, a current mandate would need to be removed. Health Update, I'm Scott Pringle.
Now you can get generic Viagra shipped to your door for about $2 a pill. Get the same impact for less. Call Steelman Pills now and get the same blue pill for about $2 a pill. Call now for the 50-pill special and save even more. Plus, get a free bonus.
800-621-4764. 800-621-4764. That's 800-621-4764.
The Heiser Hearing Institute is here to provide the care and support you need, from hearing screenings and diagnostic tests to cochlear implants and balance treatments. The goal of Heiser Hearing Institute's Kentucky Hears program is to remove barriers and to provide equal access to hearing health care throughout Kentucky. Don't let hearing loss hold you back from living your best life. Visit kyhears.org to see when their mobile clinic is coming for a visit near you. That's kyhears.org.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall. High of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm. Low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy. High of 48. Wind gust to 29.
It's 47 degrees.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good morning, friends, and welcome again to the Message of Grace. This is Pastor Collier bringing you another message from the Word of God. We hope you'll stay tuned for the entirety of our program, and we'll share with you some thoughts that the Lord has given us this day. Last week we started a message from the 13th chapter of the book of Leviticus, and we want to complete that message this morning. I invite you to open your Bible up to Leviticus 13, and we'll be looking there in just a minute. While you're doing that, let me invite you to come be with us at the Lord's Church for services on Sunday morning. At 11 o'clock, we meet together to sing the old hymns of the faith and share our joys and our burdens in prayer and to hear the Word of God. That precious, precious Word of God. On Wednesday nights, we meet at 7 o'clock for time of prayer, followed by a period of verse-by-verse Bible study. And we are studying in the book of Hebrews and invite you to come and study the Word of God with us. Now, last week, I began a message entitled A Lesson from Lepers. And we used as our text Leviticus chapter 13, verses 12 and 13. Let me read those to you again this morning. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that hath the plague, from his head even to his foot, wheresoever the priest looketh, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that hath the plague. It is all turned white. He is clean. All through this chapter, the first half of this chapter, he talks about this disease of leprosy. It was a horrible disease in that day and time. There was no known cure for it. Today we have developed medications that cure this disease and bring it under control, and people no longer have to live in these communes of lepers as they once did up until about 100 years ago. And in biblical times it was a curse. A man or a woman got leprosy, they were going to die from it. There wasn't any getting well. They were going to die from it, and they were condemned. They were cast out from their family. They were cast out from society. They were cast out from the religious circles. They couldn't come to the tabernacle. They couldn't come to the temple and offer sacrifice. They were just condemned. Last week we talked about the leper and the condition they were in. Today I want to go on with that a little bit, and I want to talk first of all how the priest had several ceremonies that they used in cleansing this leper. The priest went to the leper, not the leper to the priest. That's the first thing. If you look there, if you have your Bibles open, in Leviticus chapter 14, and we'll read verses 1 through 4. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, This shall be the law of the leper in the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest, and the priest shall go forth out of the camp. And the priest shall look, and behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed in the leper, then shall the priest command to take for him that is to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. They had full instructions with regard to what to do for a leper who might have been cleansed. There were some who the leprosy would go into remission. I tell you, we can't go up to heaven until Christ comes down to us. Everybody in this world seems to be looking for Jesus. That's all I hear these preachers talk about, looking for Jesus. Let me tell you something. When I found the Lord Jesus, I wasn't looking for him. And I don't know anybody else who was either. We are by nature sinners. We're lepers of sin, and we're not looking for the Lord. And if we get to heaven, it'll be because the Lord came and found us. There must be a sacrifice that's mingled with this resurrection from leprosy. There in chapter 14, verse 5 says, The priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them, and the living bird, in the blood of the bird that was killed, over the running water. There had to be a sacrifice made. And there must first be a complete sacrifice offered. It wasn't something you did later. It wasn't something that you did when you thought about it. Wasn't something you did when you got around to it. When a man who was a leper found that he'd been cleansed, he went to the priest, and he must immediately go through this sacrifice. You see, if sin is to be put away, it must be put away by shed blood. The only hope that any sinner has, anyone who's listening to my voice, who's not resting in Christ, the only hope you have is for the shed blood of God's Lamb to be applied to your soul in cleansing and righteousness. This was nothing that the leper did. He didn't do anything. All he did was go to the priest and say, I think I'm clean. Can I be cleansed? Can I be sacrificed for? Can I be part of the circle again? He went to the priest, and the priest did all the work. And I'll tell you, the sinner that comes to Christ will find that Christ does all the work. The leper's made clean by sacrifice. He's made clean by this resurrection. You know, the cross does not save us until Christ's blood is sprinkled on our conscience. Someone once wrote these words, the Christian walks at large, his Savior's blood, his full discharge. At his dear feet his soul he'll lay, a sinner saved and homage pay. That's what we must do. We flee to Christ and we trust him to make us whole. The saving of your soul rests not with you, but entirely in the hands of the Lord Jesus Christ. You will never be saved by feeling that Christ died for you. You'll only be saved by him dying for you. It is Christ who saves the sinner, not the sinner's feelings, not the sinner's willings, not the sinner's doings. It's the graciousness of Christ. In heaven, the whole glory of salvation will be to the wounds of Jesus and nothing else. Maybe the sinner may ask, how do I know that Christ died for me? How do I know that? I have a lot of people ask me that. Well, first of all, because he died according to the Scriptures, you better check the book. You better check the Bible. People don't know they're sinners because they don't read the Bible. And if they read it, they don't believe it. No, don't let your hearts deny his success. Christ came to save sinners. Christ came to save me. I hope he came to save you. You won't know until he does so. It will not be by your clinging to him. It will only be by his cross. It is only by his death and his sacrifice that your soul can be saved from divine wrath. Other than that, you have no hope. Now, fourthly, we'd say that there were certain things that the leper had to do after their perfect cleansing was completed, after God had healed them. There were some things they had to do. First of all, once they were cleansed, the leper had to begin to do what God told him. And once the sinner is saved, they begin to work in sincere effort to do what God tells them to do. Because what they did was done by a cleansed man. By a cleansed man. The blood came first, and the water came afterward. All these people who put so much stock in this, that, and the other, and ordinances and ceremonies. Listen to me. There's no more salvation in a baptistry than there is in a bowl of tomato soup. I've put lost men in the water and they came out lost. And I've put saved men and women in the water and they came out saved because God saved them before they went in the water. There was no cleansing from bad habits until there was a cleansing from sin. I deal all the time with people. They got bad habits. I've sat down with folks, and I've had men tell me, if God will just get me over this drunken spell I'm in, I'll never drink again. I've had women tell me that if God will just forgive me and cleanse me from this man I've been shacking up with, I'll never do it again. I've had thieves tell me, if God will just spare me, I'll never steal again. But they always go back to their bad habits because they've never been saved. But the priest must first do all his critical work. There's a work for him to do described here in this section of Leviticus, and he must do that work or the leper will not be cleansed. The saved sinner is made holy, and he walks in purity when the priest is finished with him. And the sinner will be made holy and walk in purity after Christ endows them with imputed righteousness. Once they're pardoned and cleansed, he changed his appearance and his ways. And God will change you. He changed me. So it is with the pardoned sinner. They did nothing before, but they now do everything for the Savior's glory. We live for him. We labor for him. We love for him. Faith grows until the Holy Spirit makes it to be assurance. He alone is my blessed hope. I have no other hope but Christ. Excuse me. The priest took this cured leper to the door of the tabernacle to make their offering. Look at Leviticus 14:14. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. Then the priest shall take some of the log of oil and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that's in his left hand, and shall sprinkle the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. The leper's never been there before, but now they come to the house of worship with a joyous heart, in the same way the sinner is made white by Christ's blood. He is not there by anything that he is or anything that he has done, but he is there by the effectual work that the priest has done in his behalf. Just so has Christ cleansed the leper of sin with a full application of his healing blood. I think quite often of what I was like before God saved me. How I wandered in darkness, unbelief, full of this flesh, full of human ideas, quite satisfied with myself until God showed me who I was and what I was. And then you need Christ. If you're listening to me today and you are unrenewed and you're unregenerate, I'll tell you something, you're loathsome to yourself whether you know it or not. And you're absolutely incapable of fellowship with God. I ask you, are you ready to assume the place of the guilty prisoner, condemned by the law, but declared free by the good intent of Christ alone? To suggest that a man should die who would ignore such a plan of mercy is not in any way too harsh. If this suits you, it might be for you. The wedding garment is for the naked. The bath is for the filthy. The medicine is for the sick. Christ is for the sinner alone. Whom do you think Christ came to carry into heaven on his shoulders? Those cocky, proud, arrogant Pharisees, or poor sinners, plagued with the leprosy of sin, cursed with the assaults of the law against their guilt? If you are pardoned in Christ, then you can walk out the door today justified by faith and having complete peace with God through his Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. If you're resting in Christ, if you've been given the Holy Spirit, then you'll be zealous for good works. Because the legalist talks, but God's people do. Our time is gone for today. I hope these words will touch your heart. Come be with us at Grace Church tomorrow. Until next week, we bid you goodbye and God's blessings.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
your community voice since 1955. The Rooster, WHBN Harrodsburg, AM 1420 and on FM at 99.5.
NBC News Radio, I'm Rob Martier. A federal judge is temporarily halting the mass firings at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The court order comes after several groups sued the agency and its acting director earlier this week. The judge said CFPB employees can't be terminated without cause. It's the latest blow to President Trump's plans to dismantle the agency and reshape the federal government. Calls are growing for Eric Adams to resign over the Department of Justice order that corruption charges be dropped against the New York City mayor. At least 7 federal prosecutors have resigned after refusing to comply with the order. Allegations claim Adams' legal team secured a deal with the DOJ to get the case against the mayor dropped in exchange for his cooperation with the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. Ukraine's president says it would be very difficult for his country to survive without U.S. military support. Zelensky tells NBC's Meet the Press that Russian President Putin does not want to end the war. He only wants a ceasefire.
Prepare, take off some sanctions because of ceasefire and etc.
Zelensky says he doesn't want to think about not being a strategic partner with the United States. President Trump spoke with Zelensky and Russian President Putin this week as he pushes to end the nearly 3-year-long Russia-Ukraine war. The Daytona 500 is set for Sunday. It's the first official race of the 2025 NASCAR season, and President Trump is expected to make an appearance. The White House has yet to confirm plans, but Trump has a history with NASCAR and served as the Daytona 500's Grand Marshal in 2020. Grammy-winning artist Pitbull will perform before the start of the event. The green flag waves for the Daytona 500 at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-961-1527. That's 800-961-1527. 800-961-1527.
The U.S. Army is banning transgender people from enlisting. The military branch announced the decision over social media on Friday. Not only will transgender people be barred from enlisting, but the Army will also stop providing gender-affirming care for service members. This comes after President Trump signed an executive order directing the Pentagon to write new policies for transgender service members within 30 days. Americans' credit card debt has reached a record high of $1.21 trillion. Mark Mayfield fills us in.
That's according to a report released by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York on Thursday. The increase is part of a broader rise in household debt, which now totals over $18 trillion from credit cards, mortgages, auto loans, and student loans. In the last quarter of 2024, overall debt grew by $93 billion, with about half of that increase attributed to new credit card debt.
A guitarist for the Eagles is recuperating after suffering a medical emergency on stage. Don Felder was performing the Eagles' hit Tequila Sunrise on the Rock Legends cruise Friday when he suddenly stopped playing his guitar. Felder's team posted an update to his social media pages saying he was dehydrated but is now feeling better. The cruise is still on its way to the Bahamas, and Felder is rescheduling his performances.
Go join your friends, you wiggles. Are you
A sequel to the classic film The Goonies is in the works almost 40 years after the original hit theaters. Steven Spielberg will produce, and Chris Columbus, who wrote the first film, will executive produce. The NBA's best players are in San Francisco today for the All-Star Weekend. This evening will feature the Skills Challenge, three-point contest, and slam dunk contest. Rob Artier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Boyle County Schools has named their new finance director. Dustin Stevenson was named the new Boyle County finance director. Stevenson comes to Boyle County from Raceland Worthington Independent Schools, where he served as the chief financial officer at Raceland for the last 9 years. While there, he helped work on House Bill 563, which helped give parents rights to choose public school districts, as well as oversee a school district at Raceland that's upgraded every school facility on campus. Kentucky State Police is teaming up with the state police agencies from 5 other states for a weekend traffic blitz this weekend. They'll work to reduce speeding, promote seatbelt usage, and remove impaired drivers from the roadways. Last year, the joint effort hosted 6 enforcement details that led to more than 8,200 seatbelt crimes, nearly 1,900 distracted driving violations, nearly 1,000 drug arrests, 740 speeding tickets, and more than 1,100 move-over violations. I'm Joe Mathis.
Hi, it's Daryl, the cigar sommelier and owner of Smokin' Bourbon. I know you guys have been waiting, but the wait is over. We are now open for business. So come on down to Smokin' Bourbon, where you can smoke, sip, and chill.
Central Kentucky's newest cigar bar in Danville by the bowling alley in the Greenleaf Shopping Center. This big boss atmosphere is veteran-owned with connoisseur quality cigars and bourbon, creating a social destination. For more information, go to smoke-in-bourbon.com.
Now open.
You'll love the February specials at your Harrodsburg Dairy Queen. Mix and match any 2 for $5. 2 chicken strips, a 5-ounce sundae, regular cheeseburger, regular fry, pretzel stick with queso, or any size drink. Choose 2 for just $5. The $7 meal deal's for real. Choose from a regular cheeseburger, 3-piece chicken strip basket, or queso burger with bacon. Choose any one. Plus, you get fries, drink, and sundae, all just $7. Take 75% off confetti dipped cones and Blizzard of the Month's red velvet cake. Get these and many more savings in February at your Harrodsburg DQ, where a happy tastes good.
Danville's deal maker, Bob Allen.
At Bob Allen GMC, we are professional grade. Hi, I'm John Welsh, inviting you to save up to $13,000 on a new 25 GMC Sierra 1500 Denali Crew Cab 4x4. Now, Bob Allen priced at $59,185. Stock M25052. Bob Allen GMC, located on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
Hi, I'm Adam Hopkins, security officer at Farmers National Bank. If a friend you haven't spoken with in years contacts you via social media with a great way to make some big money, it's a scam. If this has happened or is happening to you, please give us a call at Farmers National Bank. We're always happy to help.
Stay in the know with NBC News, Kentucky Network News, and local news here on FM 99.5 and AM 1420. WHBN, The Rooster.
It's 11:08.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the new Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet in Harrodsburg, 540 North College Street next to Timmy's 5 Point. Shop and save with Howard Carpenter.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall, high of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm, low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy, high of 48. Wind gust to 29.
It's 47 degrees. And now on WHBN, the International Sunday School Lesson with Bob DeVore.
Well, good morning. Welcome again to the International Sunday School Lesson for the day. This is Bob DeVore, and it's my pleasure and privilege to share in this time of Bible study with you. I hope you have weathered the weather this week. We have been reminded again that it's still February and it's still winter, and I hope things you were able to handle quite well. And it will still be February and still be winter as we move forward. Our scripture today comes out of the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 19. It's an extended little passage. It's interesting that it has an event in it that we see in all 3 of what's called the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Each of these Gospels record this encounter with Jesus and a young man, or Jesus and a man, and it had just a little differences. For instance, in Mark chapter 10, it says that a man came. And as the man came running and kneeling before Jesus. In Luke chapter 18, it says that a certain ruler came. And today, we come to Matthew, and it's just a little shade different. Now, that doesn't mean any in a hill of beans difference, but the deal is, it was an event that was important enough to be included in all of those three Gospels. And they're called synoptic because they all are sort of the same point of view. Mark probably written first. Much of Mark is included in Matthew, and much of Mark is included in Luke, and then there's some variations of that. But these three Gospels, and then there's John, and that Gospel is, it's a different audience that he's speaking to. But anyway, getting back to the scripture, let's read that. In Matthew chapter 19, start with verse 16. It says, "Just then a man came up to Jesus and asked him, 'Teacher, what good thing must I do to get eternal life?' 'Why do you ask me about what is good?' Jesus said. 'There's only one who's good. If you want to enter life, keep the commandments.' 'Which ones?' the man inquired. And Jesus replied, 'You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give false witness. Honor your father and mother. Love your neighbor as yourself.' 'All these I've kept,' the young man said. 'What do I still lack?' And Jesus answered, 'If you want to be perfect, go, sell your possessions and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. And then come and follow me.' When the young man heard this, he went away sad, because he had great wealth. And then Jesus said to his disciples, 'Truly I tell you, it's hard for someone who's rich to enter the kingdom of heaven. Again, I tell you, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who's evil to enter the kingdom of God.' And when the disciples heard this, they were greatly astonished and asked, 'Who then can be saved?' And Jesus looked at them and said, 'With man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible.' And Peter answered him, 'We've left everything to follow you. What then will be there for us?' And Jesus said to them, 'Truly I tell you, at the renewal of all things, when the Son of Man sits on his glorious throne, you who have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And everyone who's left houses or brothers or sisters or father or mother or wife or children or fields for my sake will inherit 100 times as much and will inherit eternal life. But many who are first will be last, and many who are last will be first.'" Now this story of Jesus, recorded both by Mark and by Luke, is a story that has several movements to it. In the first movement is the inquiry of a young man. And here in this particular passage, it refers to him as young. He said that the first movement has to do with, how do I get eternal life? How will I get the best that God is for me? And then Jesus answered him. And then it moves on when the man doesn't accept what Jesus said, because Jesus then moved into talking about riches and wealth. And there's that movement in the scripture where there's several verses about that. And then it goes on to say something about God, the God of possibility. And then it talks about the reward for the followers of Jesus. And so we have this various movements within this particular passage, each of which probably could take a long time to explain, but obviously we're not going to take a long time to do that. So let's get back to verse 16. The man came to Jesus and asked him, "What good thing must I do to get eternal life?" What good thing? Well, it's rather interesting that Jesus moved him from thinking about things to thinking about himself. Not just thinking about things, but what is the key? And the man's question is probably still a good question today. What is it that God wants us to be in order to have eternal life? And so the man seems to have some familiarity with the teachings of Jesus. But he begins his answer by asking him the question back. Why do you ask me about what is good? And so he's clarifying the man's question. What are you asking about? And the guy said something good. And Jesus is moving him to think beyond something good to someone good. Well, the answer that the man gave back is, Jesus said, there's only one good, but if you want to enter life, then keep the commandments. And so the guy was ready for that one. He jumped on it. He said, which ones? Well, Matthew records this response by the man. And he sort of was ranking what was there. And Jesus then replied back to him and said, when he says, which one? He said, you should not murder, you should not commit adultery, you should not steal, you should not give false testimony, honor your father and mother. Now those are all in what's called the second tier, or the second rock of the Ten Commandments. These all have to do with how you react and how you relate to others. And then he goes into what is sometimes called the second greatest commandment, and he said you should love your neighbor as yourself. And so he reached back to Exodus chapter 20, and he reached back to Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18, and he pulls this scripture up and said, you have to do this. Well, the man, and Jesus didn't challenge him on it. The man said, well, I've kept all these. What do I still lack? He knew something was missing. He knew something inside of him was missing. The young man knew it. What do I still lack? And so Jesus looked at him and looked into his mind and looked into his heart. And Jesus said, if you want to be perfect, go sell your possessions, give it to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come, follow me. Wow. I suppose everybody has some place of weakness that you kind of hold back from God. This man's weakness was not something trivial. He was very wealthy. And Jesus saw that his wealth and his accumulations were more important than all of those things he had mentioned about the commandments. The most important thing to him was his money. And it said when the young man heard that, he went away sad because he had great wealth. Well, the disciples evidently were there listening in. And Jesus then turns and tells his disciples, I tell you, it's hard for someone who's rich to enter the kingdom of heaven. And then he says something that in English language study we call a hyperbole. It's an obvious statement, so you'll get the point. He said it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than someone who's rich to enter the kingdom of heaven. And when the disciples heard this, what was their response? They said, well, who then can be saved? Every one of them would have wanted to be rich. Every one of them would wanted to have great possessions. They could identify with that. And that's still sort of out there on the table for most of us. We want to make sure we have enough to last to the end. And then again, Jesus changes the focus. And he looked at them and said, with man, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. Jesus doesn't say a rich person can't be saved, or a rich person can't have a right relationship to God. There's plenty of history of those kind of people who were used by God and were right with God. He's just warning them, like it says in Luke chapter 12:21, that who stores up things for themselves, but is not rich toward God. Well, Peter answered him and said, we've left everything and Jesus to follow you. And Jesus said, well, there's going to be a reward for you. You're going to be leaders of that new kingdom that's one day going to come. And then he closes by saying, but many who are first will be last, and many who are last will be first. Well, we kind of don't know what that means. But I think one of the things it tells us is that we might be surprised about who will beat us to heaven and who will meet us when we're there. And sometimes, that society had the idea that if you were rich, you were so blessed by God because you were such a good person. And if you had sickness or weakness or you were poor, it was part of God's judgment against your life. And Jesus is saying, if that's the way you're going to think, you're going to be surprised. But you don't have to be surprised. You have heard, you have responded, you have faith. You may not be perfect, but you're following Jesus, and that's what the point is. Jesus said the same thing to this rich young man he said to others, come and follow me, and that's who we are. We're followers of Jesus and his children. Bless you as you do it. This has been Bob DeFore with the International Sunday School Lesson for the day.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android sales. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
What kind of tires do we keep at CC Auto? Cooper, Michelin, Nitto, Hankook, Firestone, Bridgestone, Toyo, General, Yokohama, and many more. We've just added the new line of Mastercraft tires, and we are also a Goodyear National Account dealer. We keep lawn and garden tires in stock, as well as farm implement tubes and tires. We have a farm service truck to meet the needs of our farmers. Call us at CC Auto today, 734-9515.
CC Auto Parts and Service is the difference. We get it.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, my plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
Almost every small Kentucky town has a go-to restaurant. In Central Kentucky, it's the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. If you like a good buffet, you'll love the huge down-home cooking featuring 3 fully stocked buffet tables, or you can order off their extensive menu. You'll find something delicious for every person in the family at the Bread of Life Cafe. Visit the gift and sweet shop at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on Highway 127. Open till 8, Monday through Thursday, 9 Friday and Saturday. Feed your tummy and your soul with a stop at the Bread of Life Cafe and Buffet, 5 miles south of Liberty.
Danville's Deal Maker, Bob Allen.
New Jeeps cost less at Bob Allen Motor Mall. Lease a new 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X for only $279 per month for 42 months. $64.77 plus first payment, taxes, and fees. Due at signing, 7,500 lease miles per year. Lease loyalty required. Stock C25083. Save during the President Day sales event at Bob Allen Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
It's 11:26.
This WHBN weather brought to you by the new Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg, providing the largest selection of playhouses, cabins, sheds, workshops, and more. Financing available, Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg.
Chance of showers and heavy rain. Some could produce some chance of showers today. Some could produce some heavy rainfall, high of 57. Tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm, low of 37. Rain likely Sunday. Slight chance of snow showers. Cloudy, high of 48. Wind gust to 29.
It's 47 degrees.
Here's the score of the Kentucky News Network. I'm Gus Allen. Plenty of quality college basketball on tap today, starting with the Kentucky Wildcats facing the Texas Longhorns tonight in Austin. With a number of injuries to key players, Kentucky coach Mark Pope says his 3 freshmen of Trent Noah, Travis Perry, and Colin Chandler are accepting roles where they're needed.
Those 3 guys, it's just time for them to step up and be great, and we're relying heavily on them, and that's what they want, and it's what we want, and it's awesome. So I have a lot of confidence in those guys, and it's just time for us to be better. I thought all 3 of them were spectacular on Saturday, and we expect her on Tuesday, or what day is it? Someday. And we expect them to be great this weekend also.
Pope also gave an update on guards Lamont Butler and Jackson Robinson, saying injuries to both players are complicated, and adding they hope to get some clarity on both in the next couple of weeks. He did not disclose when they would return to play. Kentucky and Texas battle at 8 p.m. tonight. Other big games on the hardwood today, a good one in Bowling Green with the 100 Miles of Hate rivalry between Western Kentucky and Middle Tennessee. That game tips off at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Louisville Cardinals are off today. They'll travel to South Bend tomorrow for a Sunday night game against Notre Dame. Top 25 action, it's strong this afternoon. Lots of in-state rivalry matchups with a monster showdown in the South. It sounds like a classic football matchup. Number 1, Auburn goes to number 2, Alabama at 4 p.m. Number 19, Ole Miss welcomes in-state rival number 22, Mississippi State at 6 o'clock. And number 5, Tennessee battles Vanderbilt in Knoxville at 1 p.m. Also on tap today, number 7, Purdue welcomes in number 16, Wisconsin at 1 o'clock. Number 6, Houston travels to number 13, Arizona at 2 this afternoon. This is the opening weekend of NASCAR, and tomorrow is the 67th running of the Great American Race. On the pole for the Daytona 500 is Chase Briscoe. The race will have a 41st driver for 2025 with 4-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves, who makes his NASCAR debut. I'm Gus Allen, KNN Sports.
This is the Kentucky News.
Coming up on WHBN, a news update from the Kentucky News Network.
is the Kentucky News Network.
A state of emergency is in effect in Kentucky as heavy rainfall today will likely cause flash flooding.
Be careful. Be careful because of the amount of rain that'll be coming down. It will make it hard to drive. Be careful because flash flooding, especially across our roads, can create dangerous conditions.
Governor Beshear has activated the Emergency Operations Center in Frankfort, and the Kentucky National Guard is on standby if needed for rescues and other services. Western Kentucky could get the heaviest rainfall, up to 6 inches or more. Eastern Kentucky, not as much, but Ronnie Dillon with the Jakes Branch Fire Department in Perry County says,
We don't ever want to lose a life, and that if you do ignore a flash flood warning, that could potentially be you laying in bed, not preparing yourself, but you need to prepare now.
In Jefferson County, traffic barricades are staged in flood-prone areas, and water rescue crews are on standby. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg.
As you're out and about, if you're out and about over the weekend, please use caution. If flooding begins and you see water, do not attempt to drive through the water. If barricades are up, please do not go around the barricades. Turn around, find another way to get to where you need to go.
Governor Beshear also implemented Kentucky's price gouging laws. The race to the Kentucky Derby heats up this weekend with the start of the championship series.
And they're off in the Risen Star Stakes.
The Risen Star Stakes is the first of 16 championship prep races. The winner of today's race in New Orleans will earn 50 Derby qualifying points. The Risen Star field is led by morning line favorite East Avenue, trained by Brendan Walsh. I'm Paul Miles.
This is the Kentucky News Network. You are
WHBN, Harrodsburg.